and broadcasting from the center of the universe, New York City. Welcome to another edition of the Dr. Sky Experience. For me to be the first to welcome you to your weekend, Armed Forces Weekend 2026. As we continue to broadcast here with great topics, as you tell us, from the realms of astronomy, space, aviation, weather, and, ladies and gentlemen, celebrity guests and stories of American exceptionalism. You can learn so much more about this particular radio show and constantly stay in touch with the many podcasts that we have at WABCradio.com, as we've been broadcasting here for well over 1 year. And my email is simply this, drsky@wabcradio.com, as we continue to talk with you, not at you, in what we call the theater of the mind. We always welcome your conversational points. We love those in dialogue and critical thinking. And certainly, ladies and gentlemen, we're impressed right now to have this particular conversation. And don't forget, while you're at it, why not download the WABC app? That'll help you save time, and you can do that a lot easier than conventional methodologies. And there's so much more up at the WABC radio app. What about our adventure this morning? We've talked many times with our special guests on the subject of technocracy. How is technocracy and transhumanism changing your life? Believe me, folks, what you're about to hear in the next 2 hours is literally earth-shaking, or maybe cosmically. Like the metamorphosis of the butterfly. Is that what happens to us as humans? We singularly transform into something? Did anybody ask if that's okay to do? Or are these powers too great that we can't stop them? Many people have described this radio show, and I'm proud to say it. The Dr. Sky Experience is an alternative antidote to the negative news fatigue. Or in simpler words, the Dr. Sky Experience, an antidote to negative news fatigue. And in the esteemed words of Steve Allen a long time ago, he proclaimed that radio is theater of the mind, but television is theater of the mindless. What do you say about such information? It's so interesting to have our special guest, Patrick Wood, as we have him here monthly on the Dr. Sky Experience, sharing so much information from the worlds of technocracy and transhumanism. A little bit of a bio on our special guest. Patrick Wood is a leading and critical expert on sustainable development, green economy, Agenda 21, 2030, and also his storybooks of technocracy. He's the author of Technocracy, The Hard Road to World Order, Technocracy Rising, the Trojan Horse of Globalism. And one of his recent books, The Final Betrayal, that we'll actually be talking more about because we never seem to have enough time to talk about these subjects. One of his recent books, as mentioned before, The Final Betrayal, a cautionary tale. So for the next 2 hours, ladies and gentlemen, sharing with you by someone that I respect highly, in his opinion, the stories of technocracy, transhumanism, and what's going on in the world. The contact number, once again, 1-800-848-9222. And with that, a hearty welcome to Patrick Wood. Patrick, thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure to listen to the research that you do and the great information. Thanks for being here.
It's good to be with you, Dr. Sky, as always, for sure.
Well, thank you. You know, we just had this great information. The world news media is just, all over, very hot topic. The President of the United States going to meet the leader of Communist China, and so many things that were happening over there. And I know you have something interesting to share with us. It's something called Pax Silica. What is that, ladies and gentlemen? The subtitle, Who Owns the Rails of AI Civilization? And we'll be getting into that. But first, Patrick, closer to home, and I think equally important to many people out there, the proliferation of these data centers that are all over the world, United States in particular. And one of them I'd like to introduce to you, and the audience, that is, with you, the proposed Stratos Data Center project in Box Elder County in Utah. Please carry the ball, because this is interesting, and if anybody out there is concerned about the proliferation of data centers utilizing excessive amounts of water and electricity, Patrick Wood, talk about why that's important for people like us to hear.
Yes, indeed. This is a data center like no other data center in the world at this point. It's going to be the largest contiguous data center ever. It's going to consume 40 acres, and it's going to be the size of a small city, and the residents are hopping mad. This is Utah. This is, there's nothing there's nothing not desert in Utah. It's basically desert, high desert at least. And they have a situation with the Salt Lake at this point. It's drying up. It's toxic. And people are just screaming for that, about that. There's nothing they can do about it. They need rain. But at this point, this new data center wants to come in and build this data center. By the way, I was wrong. It's 40,000 acres of land. I
was going to jump in on that. That's big.
40,000 acres of land. This inconceivable. This is a plot of land that would be 8 miles square. Just think about that. You drive 8 miles in one direction, then turn left, go another 8 miles, and another 8 miles. That's how big this plot of land is going to be. And so they've conned the local people, the county people, into permitting this thing with the help of the military. This hasn't been done yet, but the military, because some of this land will be on a military base or property. There's an obscure it's called the Military Installation Development Authority, or MIDA, M-I-D-A.
Okay.
And this is crazy. This was originally created by the Utah legislature to facilitate economic development adjacent to military installations. I don't think they ever intended this to be used for this purpose to approve this data center, but this is exactly what they've used. So all of a sudden, they were able to kind of side skirt the county commissioners to get this thing passed. And they have. And the citizens of the county are absolutely livid. You can imagine at this point.
Yeah,
they don't have enough water even now, but now this data center is going to be hugely, hugely impactful on the remaining water supply. It's just a travesty of justice.
Well, are you at liberty to name the company that's behind this? I mean, obviously, if the state legislatures approved this, and many of the people, I don't know, were there hearings to go on before this was ever approved, or was it kind of hidden and done in the deep dark of the night to get this okayed?
It was kind of in the deep dark of the night until probably it's too late to do anything about it. The project is called Stratos, S-T-R-A-T-O-S. It's going to be roughly the size of 2.5 times the size of Manhattan. Really?
That's amazing.
Absolutely insane.
62 square miles. That's incredible. I mean, that's just outrageous.
I know.
But let me stop here, because I don't know enough about data centers. I understand what their purpose is, whether it's good or bad for the humankind and the whole thing. But here's an interesting part of this. The usage of power. Now, let's be fair to this, group, to be fair here. I'm reading this. The facility is projected to require 9 gigawatts of power, which exceeds the current energy consumption of the entire state of Utah. But
I know,
on their side of the equation, they're saying that they're going to develop their own dedicated power sources. So how could somebody, unless they're anti-technology, how could they even say, well, if they're not utilizing my electric, what's so bad about the whole thing? But it gets even deeper than that. Now we're talking about water usage, and that is a major concern for people who are not only here in the western United States, but all other parts of the country. Please continue on this. It's fascinating to hear about this.
Well, we all know that data centers drink water. They have to have cooling, and it has to be fresh water. It can't be polluted water. So they consume at enormous quantities for cooling. And the scale of Stratos at this point, all they can say at this point, the consumption figures are just staggering. I don't know exactly what this means, but you can imagine there's going to be a huge, huge water bill, so to speak. We have, by the way, we have some data centers here in Arizona that consume water. I don't like it at all. But our data centers here are nowhere near the And our data centers here are bad enough with the gallonage that they consume. I just can't imagine how much water this whole facility would use for cooling.
Yes, and if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Wood, a regular guest here on the Dr. Sky Experience. By your sign of approval, my email, as always, is drsky@wabcradio.com if you'd like to chime in. But equally important, and maybe more important, is what the people out there in this gigantic audience here globally think about this whole concept. We've just scratched the surface, ladies and gentlemen, with Patrick. His website, if you'd like to go to it, technocracy.news, a great resource of information with his in-depth article analysis and the research that he does on these particular topics. The 1-800-848-9222 phone line is open here in the Theater of the Mind, where we, of course, welcome your conversational points on this, your questions and comments. What do you really think, ladies and gentlemen, about this whole subject of technocracy, which I think you really need to define for many first-time listeners to this radio show? Patrick Wood, in your definition, what the heck is technocracy for people that may not know?
Well, basically, this was invented in the 1930s. Believe it or not, this is almost 100 years ago at this point. It was defined by themselves as a science of social engineering. But with that designation comes the gotcha. They wanted to create a system where all the resources in the system are managed by them. That means all the property would be turned over to them to manage for our use. And they wanted to do it away with money, banking, cash, all that sort of stuff. And they wanted to institute a system of energy credits, which you would get every month or maybe every quarter, depending on how much energy there was in the system. And this was a crackpot scheme, basically, and fortunately it didn't get traction in the 30s and 40s, and it went away for a time. But now it's at us again with a vengeance, and it's basically the same system today that it was in the 1930s. So, we look at all of the talk about energy today. It's all over the news. Energy is just at every quarter of the world at this point. We know that the banking system is going to be wiped out at some point and be replaced by this new digital system that's being raised up around the world. The central bank digital currencies, stable coins, etc. Cash is going to be out at some point, and the supply and demand might also be out as well. Who knows? But this is not the future that we bargained for sure, Steve.
Well, Patrick Wood is our guest, as I've been promoting here, and will continue to do that proudly. A friend of this radio show and a friend of many who listen out there. One of the main themes of this particular radio show is always to talk about the great mysteries, and we never get off measure. But the main theme here that I'd like to impart right now, and I know you agree, is that with every show that we do, our goal is to impart knowledge and learn something new that you may not have known before by the very many great guests that we have here. As you folks tell us, this is not me making this up. 1-800-848-9222. If you're just joining us, the conversational points here for the next 2 hours on the Dr. Sky Experience, the subject of technocracy and transhumanism. How does that affect you? And Patrick, I want to be very positive to listeners out there. Of course, that's the only way I would want to be. I want to just give impart some positivity on this, because even people here in Arizona and other places around the country who have fought hard doing this the nonviolent way, they have actually made changes to this. If you and many other people out there are not big fans of these data centers, for whatever particular reason you have, talk about that. People have succeeded in slowing down or actually rejecting in this so-called democratic process, if you can be heard, during city council meetings, et cetera, et cetera.
I will say confidently that every state has raised up a ruckus of protesters against data centers. They're all over the place. The problem is you won't see any reporting in the mainstream media because the whole story is just suppressed. So when you see, for instance, in Utah, you see 1,000 people or 2,000 people lining up to get into the meeting with the county commissioners, or in Tucson, for instance, where a liberal city in Tucson was packed. Their city council center was absolutely packed with people top and math. You didn't see that story in the news, so nobody can see what's going on in other parts of the country. But I can guarantee you, if you look on the internet, maybe you use an unfiltered search engine like Yandex, perhaps Yandex.com, you might find some of these stories where people are really rising up effectively, putting a stop to the data centers in their area. Of course, the problem is they just go down to another city and make them an offer, and they'll get their roots in there instead of the other city.
Patrick, more about you, Patrick Wood. No, you're no stranger to this whole topic. You're an economist by profession. Talk about that. And then the other question that I'd ask you for the audience, so they can welcome you into the theater of the mind, as many have. When did you get the great revelation on this? I mean, you're a little different than many other economists that I've talked to, who might be more from the, kind of like from the bureaucratic side of the equation. And again, they have their opinions, or the ones that obviously feel that this is a great thing coming. When did you get the revelation in your life that there's a whole other side to this that needs to be talked about, the so-called dark side of technocracy, in your opinion?
Oh, my gosh, yeah, you're absolutely right. When I studied in college economics, and then I got out of college, and after I worked for a while, I ran into Professor Anthony Sutton, economist from Stanford University, but highly esteemed scholar, I might add. He took me kind of under his wing. We wrote some books together about the Trilateral Commission. He filled in my education that I missed in college, and college wasn't useful for me. The economics that I learned there were basically Keynesian economics. It was totally useless, I found out quickly. But he wised me up, if you will. He taught me how to do research, how to read so to speak, the tea leaves, or, And so when I discovered historic technocracy around 2005-06, I realized something was wrong with this whole thing, because the Trilateral Commission said in the first place that they wanted to create a new international economic order. And I had to say, what is that? That's what we struggled back with on the 1970s. What do you mean, new international economic order? Well, I found my answer when I discovered historic technocracy, because that's the only history in all of history. There's only been one economic system started from scratch by engineers and scientists to replace capitalism and free market economics. Only one. And I did a search on it just to make sure I wasn't, getting a hold of some BS or whatever. But indeed, that was a spark for me. I knew that was the race was on at that point. I had to have everything I could get my hands on. I did a lot of original research immediately on technocracy, historic technocracy, to find out what was that movement all about.
Yeah. No, it's fascinating, Patrick, and the phone lines are lighting up here as they always would. I wish, guarantee that, ladies and gentlemen, with a guest like this. But what's interesting when we talk about the whole subject of technocracy, again, I want to offer some positivity, as you are, that this is not a hopeless situation, even though many people may disagree with me. But remember, my job as host is to offer up to you, ladies and gentlemen, great opportunities from people who know more than I do about these subjects and bring them to you in a concise way. And also, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our helmsman, Bill, and the entire staff for making sure that you can be heard, that is, these guests and your questions, as good as you would expect, on a station that's heard well over 170-plus stations, or countries, I should say, around the nation, around the world, and also around the nation. And ladies and gentlemen, you can be part of this radio show at 1-800-848-9222. And others have described this, and I like what they said to me. They call it the Dr. Sky experience, an antidote to negative news fatigue. We try to bring you some positivity. Let's go to one of the callers right now, even though we're close to the bottom of the hour hard break. Let's welcome Anthony on line 2, Westchester County. You're on with Patrick Wood. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you. My opinion is one of the ways to thwart this out-of-control AI stuff is Congress needs to pass legislation to protect all Americans' data, their biometric data, their DNA data. End of story. Has to be done.
Yeah, sounds good. Patrick, I wonder why that hasn't been done.
I totally agree.
Common sense.
Absolutely, positively agreed.
Anthony, any further
Yes,
comments
sir.
on this? I think you knocked one out of the park here if we were playing baseball. That was pretty good.
Yes, I mean, it's as simple as that. It's our very private now, and it's digitalized, so in digital form. So it needs to be protected the way our privacy is protected under the Fourth Amendment for the search and seizure. It's the same thing, but the Congress is not doing anything about it, and that's what we need to talk up.
Mm-hmm. Anthony, you say it so well, and I appreciate you being
Thank
part
you.
of it.
Yeah, thank you, Alan.
Yeah, we need more people like Anthony to jump in on this, and it's something here, one little show at a time. As they say, how do you eat what? An elephant? It's one bite at a time. And I don't want to eat any elephant, but no, isn't that true? I mean, that's a good descriptive way of going to solve a problem. But let's leave the elephant intact. They've had enough, problems of people attacking them and trophy hunters over the course of time. Patrick, this is interesting, very much so, because when we come back here in just a few minutes at that particular time after the hard break, I want to get into this lengthy discussion with you. And I say lengthy, not out of boredom, but out of absolute incredible research that you've done, something called Pax Silica. And the subtitle of the article is Who Owns the Rails of AI Civilization? Can you tease us Pax Silica in just a couple of minutes and save the meat and potatoes when we return on the other side of the break? Tell us about Pax Silica.
Meat and potatoes. This is an operation or a declaration that was hosted by the State Department through President Trump. And we see it's being used around the world to export our AI technology to many companies or many countries in the world, especially our allies.
Interesting. And there's going to be a lot more revealed here on the Dr. Sky Experience about Pax. By the way, it's spelled P-A-X, Silica, S-I-L-I-C-A, an article that you can read in detail. And it's a very lengthy article. We may not have time to go through every iteration of it, but we'll give you, ladies and gentlemen, the key points of what that whole story is all about. Learn so much more about Patrick Wood as you can go to his website, technocracy.news. And Patrick, when we talk about this Pax Silica, you have an event coming up here, free of charge to the audience, that they can actually participate in kind of like an open source seminar. Tell us about that.
And indeed, on Monday, this coming Monday, we're going to be on YouTube. You can probably search for it for Patrick Wood or Courtney Turner. You'll find it and hop on. Let's see, it's going to be 3 Pacific time. That would make 4 Mountain, 5 Central, and 6 Eastern. We'll be on for at least 2 hours with our people, whoever shows up, and we're going to talk about this whole thing.
Interesting. A much more iteration of this whole Pax Silica, which of course many people are hearing about it for the first time, Patrick, and we do appreciate you. We see your calls coming in. Line number 3, Max in Manhattan. We'll go to you folks after we come back from the hard break. And line 4, Frank in Maine. And yes, all of you out there, you're welcome to be part of the Theater of the Mind, as we like to call it. Why do we call it Theater of the Mind? Because it's an opportunity about imagination. You can't see the images, and obviously this is radio, very powerful signal. Included in that is the necessity for powerhouse AM radio stations and the continuance of AM radio, as the president, of course, believes, President Trump believes very strongly in the continuation of AM radio, as many people do, and that, obviously, goes back a long, long time. What was the first time? And when you listen to radio, remember, it probably was AM radio, a vital and important part of the communication system, not only of this part of the United States, all parts of the nation, and all parts of the world, because when crisis arise, don't forget, AM radio is your best friend. We'll be right back here on the Dr. Sky Experience with our special guest, Patrick Wood, 1-800-848.
All right. You want a commercial break there? Hello, T Radio 922. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the gold coin. Thank you very much for that. Hello, James Farley. I hope you're doing well. Yes, the gimbal camera is looking great. Yeah, it is. Wow, money well spent on that, because that camera is a game changer. Even though that camera's been out since 2018, that's the original pocket camera from DJI. The first one is still pretty good. So yeah, I'm blown away by it. And let me see who else was in the chat earlier. HDBD HCH. Okay, hello. And Golden for Len. I don't know about Zelensky, and that's it. That's all the chat right now. Yeah, so definitely yeah, I'm definitely loving that camera. Yeah, definitely loving that camera. It really is. I wanted one for a long time because I watch travel vlog videos. Like I watch travel videos. People when they go, like I watch like Check in Effect. This guy named called Check in Effect. I watch another guy, Barefoot Vlogger. That's another one. He travels all over the world. Of course, I Show Speed. He travels. He just went to the Caribbean. So I watch some when they the travel stuff. I watch those. There's a whole bunch of other ones that I watch. Some of them are funny. Some of them are more serious. But I watch them because just enjoy watching them. I like to see. So a lot of them use that type of camera. Those are called like first F. There's an acronym called FPV, first person view, and those cameras are great for that. For when you're walking, and you have the gimbal, it keeps it stable. As you can see, it's a big difference. Yeah, and I'm still learning it. It's a lot. It's a lot of learning, and it has a lot of features. T-Rated 922. What is that connected to? That is the U-loop. That's right outside my yard. My U-loop antenna is still out there on the fence. So, yeah. James Water focus is very quick. Yes, it is. But the gimbal is what makes it really, really shine because there's a few modes. There's one there's like a tracking mode where I could put the I snapped the ferrite on it. Yeah, there is a ferrite on the SMA. This is the extension actually. So the U-loop comes with what is it? I think it's like 6 feet of his own wire. And then this is 50 feet. There's a 50-foot extension, SMA extension. And, so it works well on medium wave. I'm sure it works okay. It works okay. It does also work on FM because it is kind of a dipole. So the way it's set up right now is kind of like a shriveled up loop. It looks like I don't know if you've seen the images of it when I go outside and I show you the so you can also, it does work on VHF. So on FM, it works fine. It's not the best FM antenna, but the U-loop still works, although it was damaged. Okay, so they're back. Yeah, so that's the ferrite, snap-in ferrite. All right,
that's occurring, and I wasn't able to put it together how one has to do with the other, but they seem to come from a fairly reliable source, and it's something that we should consider. And Patrick Wood, what do you think of this?
Interesting.
I missed a word in the first part of the conversation. What he's talking
Repeat it,
about.
Max, if you would. Repeat your commentary there.
Sure. It seems that there's an underground conversation concerning these AI plants, and that is that there is a pole shift that is occurring, and we're scrambling to try to put them together.
Got it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. Okay, you're talking about the North Pole shift?
Yes. There's two of them. There's magnetic. Yes. There's magnetic, and there's of course. Well, the magnetic one is the most problematic for many people. But go ahead, Patrick. I'm sorry.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly how that fits in, I really don't know. I see the phenomena. I don't like it. I mean, I don't think it can be caused by humans necessarily. But if the magnetic North Pole switches, that's kind of what scientists are saying at this point. If it switches to the south versus the north, it's going to be kind of upsetting for the whole planet, I think. So I don't know if that can happen. Maybe it's happened in history. Maybe Dr. Sky can explain it better than I can.
Well,
But,
not better,
it's
Patrick.
kind of
I can give a little more information on it, Max. It's what the geomagnetic pole, we're talking magnetic pole shift. And it's so interesting because as it creeps slowly, if you take a look at the map right now, it's not centered exactly at the 90-degree point on the Earth, North Pole. It kind of wanders. It was in Canada. It moved up, of course, near the pole and around. And I believe it's arcing over it towards Siberia. But the problematic thing there is, I don't know how that would affect, these data centers unless they have something that we don't know about. But it's not for a long time any other polar magnetic shift on the Earth. Thank God, right, Patrick and Max? That it's not going to happen. A polar shift, magnetically reversal, that's not going to happen anytime soon. Have we confused you more, Max, or are we doing okay?
Well, I mean, there's also they had this on video also of Russians, the Russian government moving a lot of their agricultural fields to different locations than they were originally in. So it looks like someone has their eyes open concerning this, and the Ruskies, whether you like them or not, usually do have their eyes open.
Well, Max, one more comment on this. For anybody who's an aviator out there, if you have runways, 24R, left, whatever numbers, they're apparently going to have to change, obviously, over time as this magnetic pole shift takes place. And again, it may not seem a lot to many people, but when you're an airline pilot and you're flying on instrumentation, you want to make sure that you go to the right runway. And even if you were off by, a couple of 100 feet, if you had bad weather, there's a concern. But I can't relate it, but your points are very well taken, Max. Always appreciate you. Thank you for calling. Appreciate your time. Let's go up to the state of Maine right now. There's line number 4, Frank in Maine. Good morning. You're on the Dr. Sky Experience, and you also may have some information about what? Your governor either approving or disapproving a moratorium on data centers. Good morning, Frank. How you doing?
Absolutely, Dr. Sky. Always a pleasure to talk to you and your guests.
Thank you.
Yes, our governor is about to sign a moratorium on data centers, and also Governor Mills, and also on farmland, which is scary enough. But nevertheless, my question is about health. Human health and these data centers, and what is has there been any research on the impact of human health in relation to these data centers? My question number one, I have two questions actually, but that's question number one. Has there been any research or a correlation between cancer or whatever disease and these data centers and the power they release?
Patrick?
Okay. Do you have another question also, or should I just handle this?
Another question. I wanted to make a point. Okay. My second question is with the relation of farmland, which, by the way, in Maine, there is a lot of forests that they want to clear for these data centers, which we're trying to oppose. My question is, what will it do to the wildlife? I mean, there's bats that rely on sonar, and there's other animals that rely on smells, and they have instincts that relate. How will it affect the animals and the wild animals? Will it change their behaviors, and will it change their dynamics?
Well, you bring up some interesting points.
Great question. Great question. They're both related.
He's a regular caller, and he always brings us some good information for this.
Excellent. There are two questions. They both relate to health of either humans or animals. Let's take it just on that basis alone. There have been lots of pre-studies at this point to measure the impact, for instance, of radiation, of heat sinks, because these things, these data centers put off a huge amount of heat. This one in Utah, 40,000 acres. If that actually gets built, it might even change the local climate while the heat is going to generate. Then you have the business of the hum. The hums are, we've seen them in, for instance, the windmills that they erected all over the world. These things are just absolutely destroying the environment around them because animals and humans can't handle that constant hum. So it does drive you crazy, but it can give you psychological things as well. So would wildlife be disturbed? Absolutely, positively. They didn't ask for it for sure, but if they're anywhere around, living around the fence line of one of these data centers, there's going to be trouble. There's no doubt there's going to be trouble. So these studies haven't been done in advance. They should have been, but they haven't been at this point. So this is a great question you bring to the table here. We need studies on this desperately.
Well, Frank, you're always insightful, but I didn't know this, and I know Patrick. Just a last comment from a response from both sides. Is it true? I think I'm hearing you saying that the governor of your state of Maine has signed the moratorium, or is that? Did I hear you correctly? I just wanted to.
No. It's in the process of.
In the process of. Okay.
And but the governor is running. Well, stepped off of the Senate race because her poll numbers are so low that she can't win. But that's neither here nor there.
Okay.
She is a very progressive, person who is milling about this bill becoming a law, and it's very scary. But I appreciate the answer, and I would like to write my congressman up here, who is Congressman Goldman, about research on these data centers to see what they'll do, what the effects are, because
Sure.
I notice about human health and cancer or whatever. But I appreciate it. I know you have a lot of calls, Dr. Sky. I don't want to leave you, and you have a good night.
I appreciate you, Frank. And, I may be joining you, seriously, up in Maine during the heat and obstreperous heat here in Phoenix when it reaches in July, right, Patrick, 122 degrees or more. We may want to come to the beautiful piney woods of Maine. So consider us as maybe being stowaways up in your area. But thank you, Frank in Maine. Appreciate your time with us. Interesting enough.
By the way, Dr. Sy, let me encourage him to write his governor and encourage her to get sign this bill. It's already passed, I think, the House and Senate up there. It's just waiting for her to sign it. And there's great hope that she will at this point. She is progressive, but let me tell you, Tucson, Arizona is the most progressive place you'll see anywhere in the country. They sent a data center packing with 500 plus angry citizens that went into the city council and caused them or appealed them.
Well, it's good, Patrick,
to run this thing out of town.
Right, it's not a partisan thing. You can be on the Democratic side, you can be on the Republican side, you can be independent. It's about the future of what's going to happen. And just like the metamorphosis of the butterfly, and again, that's a beautiful thing in nature, but do we singularly want to become transformed into something that we never were asked our opinion of? That's the whole concept here. And quickly, ladies and gentlemen, as we move through time and space, stay tuned tomorrow for the Dr. Sky Experience. Saturday midnight to 2 a.m. Sunday. Our theme, American Exceptionalism. How about that one? Celebrating Armed Forces Weekend. Special guest Andy Ross. You'll hear about him. He's a patriot, public speaker, chasing the American dream. What a musician. And he's burning with patriotic fuel. And then in hour number 2, we continue on the subject by your request, ladies and gentlemen. We talk with the retired United States Navy intelligence captain, Doug Cupo, a MUFON investigator, on his deep dive. This guy is really good on the latest government documents on the UFO situation and also his analysis of UFO legend Robert Lazar and some of the claims that have been made there. That and so much more here on the Dr. Sky Experience. We like to call it Theater of the Mind. And some have said, well, this particular radio show could be classified as the Dr. Sky Experience, an antidote to negative news fatigue. If you're tired of negative news, We try to balance it out. We will be right back.
This is 77 WABC Newsroom Extra.
All right. Yeah. So you ready next? Yes, a ferrite. Yeah, this is a ferrite, snap-on ferrite bead. You can buy these at Amazon. There's a whole bunch of them. I try to put them on every wire. I don't know if it's a placebo effect, but I think it does help. With suppressing some noise. I mean, right now it sounds pretty good so far. The last few days, AM radio listening has been good. I haven't had no hum or anything like that, but so it's been pretty good lately. So whenever you get a good good signal, good good without the noise.
Coming up.
You gotta appreciate it. So right now the YouTube still works well. Even though I a couple of years ago it got damaged, I fixed it. It's still working well. I was tempted to take it down, but I'm gonna leave it there. I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm gonna probably put the MLA 30 nearby and just run that one in here too. I'm thinking about just running that one in here, the copper one, the copper modified one with the BNC. I'm thinking about running that BNC in here. And I can switch between the two. Well, swap between the two, not a switch. But all right.
Always look to the sky. 77 WABC. Now, here's Dr. Sky.
All right, let me load that down. I'm gonna get the copyright thing. Yeah, let me load that down. Also, I'm testing out the battery on it right now. I haven't charged it for days. So right now I'm looking at the indicator. So I'm monitoring and make sure that, I've been using it for the last few days. I haven't charged it in, I think in almost a week now, I haven't charged it. So.
Confirmed to is critical.
All right.
The Empire now rules by information superhighways to our soul. Another incredible.
Good morning, Rap Radio DX, sir. I hope you're doing well.
Tech bondage.
All right,
Slavery
back to the show.
Of the human spirit. 47 minutes after the hour, Patrick Wood, of course, is with us, as he is every month, sharing with you information about technocracy and transhumanism. Let's continue with the callers. I know we promised everybody to hear about Pax Silica, but we do have plenty of time here, Patrick, and that one will probably take us a good time, an amount of time into hour number 2. They've been waiting patiently in the theater of the mind. We welcome them in. Line number 2, Martin in upstate New York. Good morning. How you doing up there in upstate New York?
I'm doing okay, Dr. Sky. How are you?
I'm okay out here, burning up. It was 101 degrees today, but we've only touched the tip of the...
Oh, no, that's too hot.
It is.
Wow, where do you get KC from KC and the Sunshine Band? That's amazing. You get everybody.
Thank you. You just call them up and you ask them to go on. No, it takes a lot of time. That one, not bragging here. I can't brag. But that one took a good month to get, but they're coming into all locations. They were just in Morristown, New Jersey last week. And they
the 70s, this disco thing, I wasn't into it in the 70s, but nostalgically speaking, I kind of missed the disco thing, kind of. Like KC, they were good, KC and Sunshine Band.
They're still good, my friend. So how are you handling this technocracy thing, Martin? Tell us, what's going on?
Well, not well. I'm kind of not into technology or technocracy. I kind of prefer radio. I stopped watching TV now and just listen to radio because, as you say, the theater of the mind. You have to. One has to use their imagination.
There you go. That's the word.
You listen to a good radio host like you, and he paints a picture. He paints a picture in words. People today, they are used to seeing pictures provided for them, and it's so you don't have to use your imagination. So they become dumbed down, and they don't know how to use their imagination.
You're right, Martin, because what is it? Imagination is freedom of the mind. Isn't that true? See, we can think what we want, and nobody now has control. Patrick, we get these great callers. Talk about what Martin's saying. This is fascinating.
Indeed. I just got to agree all over the place. Yeah, he's great.
It's incredible. Martin, I appreciate it. You have any other question? You've got a moment. We don't want to cut people off.
I don't have a question, but as far as the internet, if you ask somebody today directions to go someplace, they can't tell you because everybody's got that GPS. All they do is plug in,
Hey.
and I want to know directions to get someplace. They can't tell me because they're just following the GPS everywhere they go.
Boy, I like you, Martin. The love of my life is Diana, and she's really high tech. So we get in the car, right, Patrick? I mean, you haven't met her. And she's got that GPS going, and I'm over there going, look, I know these roads back and forth. Well, I don't. So leave me alone, she'll say. And she's probably right, Martin? You can never upstage. You always say yes, honey, I guess. Is that correct? Martin, thanks for being with us. Appreciate your time.
Let me say, you can't find a paper map anymore either.
That's right.
Like we used to get, from the service stations and stuff.
AAA, I used to be the best guy in the world. I'd go down there and use my membership, and I had maps from every corner of the earth. It was even the stars of the gods. It was great. There you go. Martin, thanks for calling us up there in upstate New York. Let's go to line number 3 as we move to the top of hour number 1. Line number 3, we welcome Kristen in Manhattan. Good morning. How are you, ma'am?
Who are you talking? Christine, you said?
Oh, Christine. It shows up as Kristen. I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, I'm listening to this fascinating and horrifying show because, again, I think of Einstein and his famous comment, the difference between genius and mediocrity is that genius knows its limits. And when you talk about these technologies that are coming out, nobody knows what the hell they are. Nobody understands where they're going, what the results will be. We've seen some terrifying changes in climate and in wildlife. I spend a lot of time out in the woods, and I've seen some stuff. And I'm terrified because they clearly don't know what they're doing and they don't care. I don't know where they get the money and the power from to do what they're doing. But somebody's got to stop it.
Wow, Christine. And it is Christine, correct? We had it wrong, and I apologize. You're right,
yeah,
Patrick. Yeah, she's saying it right. We got to put a foot brake or some kind of a hand brake or some kind of a brake.
We have at least 3 people now who are signing on. They don't know it maybe, but they're signing on to the resistance to put a stop to this stuff. Somebody has to stop it. You're absolutely right. There was no consent form delivered to the public about any of this stuff. And this is the travesty of technocracy. These people, they get this idea in their head. Well, they're just going to go ahead and do it. Doesn't matter if anybody complains. And they look at the people as basically the morons of the society. So you'll never see a consent form coming out of anybody. And this is one of the problems. People are waking up to what's going on and say, hey, wait a minute. What about the wildlife? What about the environment? Shouldn't these people be reined in just on that alone? They should be. But we have to get together as Americans to put a stop to it.
Christine, thank you for your insightful comments. It's much appreciated here because the whole world just heard what you said, and it's very impacting. Thanks for being part of the Dr. Sky experience, Christine. Let's go to line number 4 before the hour runs out. Stu in Brooklyn, you've been patient. Good morning. And what's your concerns about this?
Good morning, gentlemen. I hear all the negativity about wasting data centers, power demand. There's a very easy solution. We just move everything to the moon. Get unlimited solar power, cooling,
Right.
and
Move it to the moon.
pick your spot. There's plenty of space.
Yeah.
And no voters up there to say no.
Nobody right now, but see, that's the next high ground, obviously. We've heard the word about space, the final frontier, of course, sci-fi-wise. But hey, in tongue-in-cheek, no, you're right. I mean, we want to be protected from this. But let me say this, and I want to say this to you, Stu, and to everybody listening, and of course to Patrick. I'm not against technology. I might have my concerns, but who cares what I think? It's what you think, ladies and gentlemen, in this vast audience out there. So, Stu, you bring up some interesting points. It's kind of a little on the comedy side, but hey, who knows? Maybe that is a solution, right, Patrick? Move some of these places far away.
Exactly. Let me just give you not the counter for that, but launching satellite, they have solar collectors to power the data centers in space, and they don't need any cooling. That's one of the problems that they have on Earth. There's no water to go around, at least not enough. So his idea is now to put them in space. I don't like that idea at all, but he's talking about it. If he gets a wild hair to do it, I think we'll probably see some types of data centers moving into space. That's
and what goes up must come down, right? So if it's in low Earth orbit, God help us if one of these giant data centers comes crashing down. That makes a much more magnificent, magnanimous problem. But Stu in Brooklyn, thanks for your insight. It's a future of science and maybe a solution to put these places in a place that's safer than having it done right here. Line number 5 closes out the hour. Kurt in New Jersey, you've been patient. You got a couple of minutes before we go to the top of the hour. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thank you. Well, besides your comment on AAA and the maps and all that other good stuff, we do lose a bit as we progress through. We lose pieces of culture. And besides, Federico Fagan, I'm sure you're familiar with him, who created the first microprocessor back in the 70s, and his views on AI development. Same thing with Stephen Hawking, thinking that will be spell the end of the human race. And he also corrected Einstein. So, you got to look at it from their perspective. However, we don't even have the electrical power to, our grid is so dilapidated and so in need of improvement and upgrades.
You are right.
Centers,
Yes.
So these data centers they have to have their own power. And the other piece of this is as these chips become more and more developed, just like the onsemi came out with one last year, which uses a graphene, it's a silicon graphene. So what happens, that uses 50% of the chips, and this is in development, still moving on, but they've conquered that piece. They use 50% of the power. So as things progress, these things become less and less obtrusive, but we don't have the power. They have to have their own power plants. In the cooling systems, you have cold loop, you have glycol systems, you have closed loop systems. There's many different types of cooling that occurs. It doesn't necessarily have to, and it shouldn't take the water from a community, and that should be, part of it. You got to provide your own power, and you're going to have to come up with your own solution. If you give them the problem, they'll find the solution. The technology or imagination and creativity and science will find the solution.
Well, thank you, Kurt. I hate to cut anybody short, but the clock rules here. You're insightful, and you're right on measure, my friend, talking about some of the details behind what goes on in these data centers and the whole world of this data communication and this relentless ability for people to become into the digital world. Thank you, Kurt. Sorry to cut you short, but the clock rules. That's not an excuse. That's a fact. Patrick, we'll continue in hour number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, still time, 1-800-848-9222 to express your opinions, your concerns. And of course, as Patrick is saying too, people can do things about this, at least as an organized group of people, doing it nonviolently to protest if they want to so do that, write their legislatures or do other things to make sure that we are not turned into the metamorphosis of a butterfly, even though that's a beautiful thing in nature. But we have to wonder about, did anybody ask us about being changed? I don't like that. More with Patrick Wood on the Dr. Sky Experience as we move from hour number 1 to hour number 2, 1-800-848-9222.
All right.
We will be right back.
All right, so there you go. Hour number 2 coming up. Let me read a couple of comments here. T Radio 922 1190 WLIB has been off the air for the past few days. WOWO Fort Wayne, Indiana has been coming in. And I'm gonna. Is it still down? Wow, I forgot about that. I know you mentioned it in the Discord. I have to check that. I have to check on that tonight. Then I have to check on that to see if I can pick up something else. And good morning, my ready DXer. Hope you're doing well. I hope everybody's doing well. Oh, let me actually. Wow, I had the bandwidth narrow all this time. Whoa. Just realize that.
Party City Balloons are
Okay,
back
here we
at
go. Sorry
Staples.
about
Bed
that.
Bath
Wow.
& Beyond is teaming up with the Container Store, and even Toys R Us is
Let
back
me
at
go light off a
Macy's.
few
Some
minutes.
customers tell Fox 5 they like this revival.
Yeah. Really put it low like that. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check that out tonight then. 11:90. I hope. Well, if it's still off the air. Yeah. And of course, the unboxing video of this so far is over 5,000 views. The hype button ran for a week, and that's it. No more hype button. That's it. It's once. What happens is when you gotta be part of the YouTube partner program, so you have to be monetized. When you put a new video out, it does have the hype button. You can only see the hype button if you're on mobile. So apparently I made it all the way to number 11 in the USA chart. So that's why I had a nice little run there. And it's pretty cool. So the next video I post, but not a short video. Can I be sure? It has to be a regular format video. I'm definitely gonna be asking people to do the hype button from now on. That thing does really help out a lot.
Experience if you're a first-time listener.
All right. Hello, Andy. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I know about the LIRR strike that just is right now is in effect. So yeah, I know. So hopefully it'll get resolved soon. Because who gets hurt in the long run is the commuters. They're the ones that get hurt in the long run. The commuters. Of course, we wanna pay wearable workers a fair wage. Of course, definitely want to pay them, especially keep up with inflation. But yeah, I agree.
Patrick, welcome back. Exciting.
All right.
Lots of people interested in this. And if I may take liberty of reading, yes, if I may take liberty.
I just want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's go for it. I know where you're going.
No, that's okay. I'm going to read something from one of your articles and take the liberty of doing it. The 20th century order ran on oil, steel, sea lanes, central banks, and military alliances. The 21st century order is being reorganized around compute, semiconductors, critical minerals, energy, data centers, logistic corridors, payment rails, and trusted capital. This is not rhetoric. It is now policy architecture. The State Department calls it Pax Silica, a U.S.-led AI and supply chain framework built around secure technology supply chains, economic security, artificial intelligence, critical minerals, semiconductors, energy, manufacturing infrastructure, and trustworthy systems. Patrick, you wrote the article. Tell us more about this whole story of Pax Silica, because it relates very much, ladies and gentlemen, to what just happened within the last 48 hours, where our president, Donald John Trump, meeting the leader of China and bringing along a plethora of individuals from the tech world. This is amazing. I couldn't believe that I saw all those people, but I don't think, Patrick, they all got off Air Force One, right? You wouldn't put all those people...
No, they didn't.
I would think for safety reasons you wouldn't dare do that, right? But go ahead.
Probably not. Most of them flew in their own planes.
I would imagine. They had to get clearance from the Chinese to land in these big locations. But no, to me, on a real serious note, I can't imagine. That was just so incredible. You had the world's powerhouses in those worlds, in their realms, right there. Tell us what this whole means so people can understand what's going on with Pax Silica.
Well, this whole program the declaration started with the State Department last December. And when they rolled it out, it was kind of curious because it wasn't a treaty. They didn't say it was a treaty. It wasn't even an agreement. They called it a declaration. But basically what it said to any country that wanted to join the declaration, they said, if you want to join, we'll give you everything that we have on AI. All of the technology, be at your disposal. We'll give you the latest technology, and keep giving it to you. AI data centers, the operating system, system, the applications, you name it, you can have it all. But only if you agree that you won't misuse it. In other words, you follow our terms of service. And so all of a sudden, multiple countries just jumped at the chance to get into this declaration. Mm-hmm. And they, I could see where they want to get their hands on what we have, but the reason that the administration did that was to entice them to be part of our system with AI, because it's all tied together. All these servers will be tied together. So if any country that takes our technology, they have to answer back to the home base, which is in the United States. You see how devious this is. So when they went to the UAE, for instance, that was the first signatory almost. They went to Qatar. They went to UK. They signed in. Other countries as well. So what this did, as far as isolating China has spent billions of dollars to create this, what they call the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. There's a trade routes around the world who would benefit China. Well, when the PAX Silica Initiative was announced, one by one, China's allies dropped away from them to get signed up with us. You see? So this is a realignment all of a sudden. It's like a dust magnet, if you will. Everybody wanted to be part of what the United States was doing. China couldn't offer that. So, at this point, when Trump went to Washington, or to Beijing with all the entourage, basically the proposal is, well, we've cut you off from your oil supply in Venezuela. We've disrupted the oil supply in the Strait of Hormuz and Iran as well. And we've isolated you from your former allies, if you will, like in the Middle East. And all of a sudden, China's left with without a hook to hang its coat on.
Sure, it's
it was very devious how they did this, but the proof is in the eating and the pudding, as they say.
So what is this? Is this like a force? And I'll get into this with you in detail, and I'm sure the callers will want to have their questions, as they already are lining up. This is interesting. So I've never seen anything like this. You have a presidential visit, and then all of a sudden, all these dignitaries from all big corporations here, not to go through the whole litany of list, of course, Elon Musk, as he described himself, not he, but from Tesla. Well, what about SpaceX? Apple's Tim Cook, Boeing's Kelly Ortberg, GE Aerospace's Larry Culp, BlackRock's Larry Fink, Blackstone's Steven Schwartzman. The list goes on. I mean, it's just so incredible. So each one of those people have the power in their corporations to what? Build this big cohesive engine, and not to put words in your mouth, what? To have a large-scale control of where the AI architecture goes and prevent any non-signatories from being part of that. So it's like a cabal of people. Well, hopefully they're doing this in the best interest of mankind, but I'm not naive, and nor are you, right?
You might remember a few months ago that President Trump and the State Department were totally against giving China our most advanced computer chips to run AI data centers.
Sure.
There was a blackball against NVIDIA from selling anything to China. And all of a sudden, at the last minute, President Trump convinced Jensen Huang, the leader of the NVIDIA, CEO and chairman, to board Air Force One in Alaska and fly with them to China. And along the way, obviously, they made a deal with Jensen to sell chips now to China. And so the door all of a sudden flip-flopped, but nevertheless, the door is open now for the U.S. and NVIDIA to sell its most advanced chips to China. This shows you the flip flop that took place. Now, they're not. I'm not saying that China has signed on to Pax Silica, but you see the dregs of it at this point. And Trump is enticing them. Look, you play ball with us. Join our technocracy, our global technocracy.
Yes.
We'll take care of you with our computer chips and our technology, whatever, to make you more successful.
Well, the metamorphosis is taking shape right in front of our own eyes. But again, you didn't hear this in the mainstream media. You didn't hear that commentary. Nothing like it. But let's go to the callers because they rule. They're in the theater of the mind here, which is about imagination since we can't see the pictures. Go to line number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome Dina. Is that correct? In Maryland. You've been patient. Good morning. Thanks for being part of the show. You're on the air. Do we have Dina? One more time. Dina, you're on the air if you're there.
Oh, it's me. Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry, Dr. Sky. How are you?
I'm doing well,
yes.
ma'am. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Yes, you're so good. You're beautiful.
Thank you.
Dr. Sky, I just want to ask you a question. Can you refresh my mind with the word intuition? What is explain intuition for me?
Well, I would think it's the ability to go deeper into subject matters that you don't necessarily, like if you're sitting in a room, let's say, that you have some kind of a sixth sense about something, I would think, an ability to maybe perceive things in a different light than maybe other people do. Maybe everybody has a level of intuition, the ability to recognize or think deeper into something. And that's why we like to call theater of the mind, because it goes into imagination. Patrick, you jump in. You're a scholar on this very subject. I know you certainly do.
Oh, this is a great word for sure, and we're all endowed with intuition. We consider it, I think, probably minimize it, but this is a trait that you need to hone. And intuition is the thing that keeps you out of danger, for instance. It might keep you in love on the other side, but intuition is a very big part of human existence, I do believe.
Right, and without conscious reasoning, as many people would think, or analytical thought. And that's why, Dina, it relates so much to what we call theater of the mind, because we're not saying we're right on every subject, and we're certainly not, we're not selling books, magazines, and things like that, just to make the cash register ring here. But obviously it's not a problem either for those that have those. But any other comment or question that you have? Because we do have a full board of callers.
And what about I forgot the word now. Permission.
Premonition. Premonition?
Yes.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. Well, Patrick, why don't you take that one? You're the scholar of these subjects of deep thought, too.
Yeah, that's a kind of a spooky word, premonition. It's been misused, I'm sure, in lots of sectors, philosophies around the world. It's a hard thing to say. If you could say that something was going to happen, then it did happen, you might say, well, I had a premonition that was going to happen or some way or whatever, or harm me some way.
Right, predictable.
Exactly. So it's kind of hard. It's a hard word to describe, I think. But I would take all of the occultic sense out of it for sure. I do not believe in the occultic use of the word, but nevertheless, it's a word in the English language, and it does communicate a certain thought that you had some type of a sense that something was going to happen. Maybe
like
it was
a strong intuitive feeling. A strong intuitive feeling.
Exactly. Maybe it was intuition that led you to think something might happen, and you had a premonition then.
That's good. Dina, thank you. You bring up some interesting points with the definitions that, you helping us to give the listeners out there a better understanding. And we thank you for being part of the radio show. Let's go to line number 4, Gray in Delaware. You've been patient. Good morning. How are you? Thanks for being here.
Gentlemen, fabulous show. And right now, we're the leaders in artificial intelligence. even though China has their children in school learning artificial intelligence and English. But we are always the leaders, no matter what anybody thinks. We have something that's called grid storage batteries, and our capacities now are unbelievable, where we have more in reserve than we've ever had before, which can balance out any problems of any kind of energy needs with data centers. That is a major breakthrough for us too. That's never talked about. Our capacity to develop new energy sources are unheralded around the world. But the thing is, I like to say to people, we have a system in our country where we actually are turning the country over to the third world. Now, I know Mr. Wood's going to disagree because he has to, but you're turning over technology to the Omars, and yes, you are, if they become the power leaders in the government. Once you leave the government, you take over the military, the sciences, the printing press for $100 bills, and Omar Khattis, Congressman Cortez, Jeffries will be the people in charge of all this stuff. Don't deny that they won't. Once they're the leaders in government, they control everything. They make the rules and the regulations. So forget about, not to forget about, but think about who you're turning this over to, this unbelievable and the most powerful military and atomic arsenal on the planet.
Let me say this to you. I couldn't be more in agreement with you. See, I don't normally talk the things that I've done on shows before, like the Cult to Right show, where we talked about American exceptionalism, which I do talk about in a lighthearted way, about truth, justice, and the American way, and bring on people like that. But I agree with you. America should be the dominant force here, and obviously those that want to take away our sovereignty or the American way, I certainly would agree with you. But I don't want to put Patrick under the bus on this, and he may not just go in. He's not afraid to tell you what he wants to say. So, Patrick, your response, if anything, to what Gray brought to the table.
Absolutely. I agree with him. However, we have a force being unleashed on us in this country. The AI force, if you will. It's being run by oligarchs outside of government regulation and oversight. This is a dangerous philosophy, or whatever you want to, however you frame it. It's a dangerous thing to do, to put your trust in just a few billionaire oligarchs to run the country with AI. That's dangerous, in my opinion. But I agree with you. On the other hand, the people of our country need to be involved in the discussion through our designated or elected officials. This is the government that's supposed to protect the people. And if they don't do the job, we suffer out here in the farmland, so to speak, right? So I agree. We have to be responsible for our own outcomes. What's happened with the AI phenomena? It's gone rogue on its own. It can't be controlled at this point by the government. And they bluster that they can. But obviously they can't, because AI is advancing so fast. It's doubling every 4 months right now. That's inconceivable.
I know. We talked about, what was it, Patrick? Not to cut you short. Moore's Law was a different type of transition when technology became obsolete. Now, I can't put words in anybody's mouth, certainly not yours. It's not months, it's probably even days if you look at the AI intercession on this. Who knows, right? Totally amazing.
Exactly. Yeah. This is a dangerous thing. All I'm to say about it is that if we cannot control the technology, eventually they'll use it to eat us. that's
right. Thank you so much. I'm with you, my brother. Hey, look, I talk more about these very subjects, but I do like to concentrate on what they asked me to talk about, and nobody's told me I couldn't talk about it, but stories of American exceptionalism like tomorrow, doing the great promotion here. We have a gentleman, and this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, is Armed Forces Weekend. How many times do you even hear about it? We'll be talking about it with Andy Ross. He's an unbelievable guy. He's like a Ted Nugent, but he wouldn't like me saying that because he's a bow hunter, a patriot, a public speaker, chases the American dream, and he burns patriotic fuel. He's there to talk about the wonderful experiences and the salute to our military members in all of the 6 branches of the military. The newest, of course, is Space Force. Let's say good morning as we continue to move down the line here. Let's see who we have. We have so many callers. We're just so grateful for this. Let's see if we got, but let's go to line number 5. Carl in New Jersey. You've been patient. Sorry, I almost missed you there. How you doing? Carl, you're on the air. Going once. I guess we don't have Carl. Okay, let's move on to line number 3, gentlemen. And we want to thank our helmsmen. They're very busy back there maintaining all the wonderful callers. Line number 3, we welcome Pamela in New Jersey. Good morning. Thanks for being on the show.
Good morning. Good morning. I've always been a conservative. I understand we need a certain amount of oil so we don't die from the coal. But I think we're going down a real bad hill here. I know an older Eastern Tennessee couple who got ripped off by the realtor, didn't tell them an AI center was going up and a house they just bought.
That's terrible.
And now they have to listen to the hum and everything. And they're all going up in rural areas of New Jersey. A shout out to Andover for fighting against it. Good for you. And now we learn we've got plenty of oil, but because of the world commodity market, our prices are going up. I got ripped off again with buying a pizza the other day because there's no pennies anymore, so they took 7 cents from me. Our cities are dirty and filthy, and our utilities are sky high. And how is this helping us? Except for people on the stock market making a lot of money off of this. And Warren County, beautiful Warren County, 206 up there and all along in Stanhope, New Jersey, they're building these dirty, filthy AI centers, and they're going to kill animals, change our environment. And how is that helping us? How is that helping us? My life isn't any different. My town and city is crowded, filthy, dirty, nobody following the speed limit. Our life is getting more and more rotten while the rich are getting richer. And this is from a conservative.
You're right, but let me ask you: Do I have a sister that I don't know about? Her name is Pamela in New Jersey. Wow, Pamela. Let me tell you something. That was a lot of power. You know how many calories you just expended out into the universe? That's powerful stuff. And you're right on. Patrick, she walks right into the theater of the mind, and she's noticed immediately because of her interesting commentary. Patrick, tell us about your response here. It's always a good one.
I know. This is the proverbial chick, the kitchen sink. She's covered it all in one statement. Number one, we're kind of talking about AI today. Yes, people need to fight against these stupid AI data centers. And as far as health effects, the story that you have about this farmer who, maybe it's not a farmer, but this person bought a house, and all of a sudden there's a data center right next door. The hum is driving them crazy.
Oh, you're right.
I guarantee you they'll leave their house at some point. The thing will be condemned.
That's a horrible
thing. This is so wrong. Wrong.
Wow, Pamela. I hope you continue to call our show because we need this kind of energy here, and I thank you for being part of the show. Couldn't agree with you more, Pamela. So let's continue as we go to the heartbreak at the bottom of the hour here. Let's go to line number 2 and welcome Dominic in New Jersey in Needletown. I understand you're in Needletown. Good morning, Dominic. How are you?
Yes, you're right. Hello, gentlemen. Dr. Sky, Patrick, another great show. And I am using my imagination here, and I'm trying to go a little bit out of the thought process here of what you've been speaking about with AI. I personally feel as much as AI is doing harm to our environment and all the other things that your guests have spoke about here today, I really think that the public, are caught in a crossfire between ourselves and our adversaries worldwide. I think that it's necessary. We're kind of in an arms race with other countries, right? So instead of, if two superpowers in the past ever went into a full conventional war, I don't believe anyone can win a conventional war any longer. If you look at the drones that Iran is using now, they've proven that they can take out pretty much, any of our Tomahawk missiles. If we're trying to shoot our Tomahawk missiles to take out a few of their drones, we've already expended, millions of dollars on a $500 drone. And then as far as, looking at Taiwan, if a country like China wants to, invade them, they're proving that all they have to do is just pull the plug and sabotage everything. So regular conventional war, I believe, doesn't work anymore. And I think it's all going to come down to, cyber attacks. And I feel like we're really at war right now, or a Cold War, or an arms race with China. And I believe that's the reason why Trump went there with all of these technocrats, to kind of show him, this is what we have. This is our might. Instead of showing, the Chinese government that we've got tanks and planes and whatnot, which we do. But our technocrats and our companies are really what is going to be fighting theirs in a non-conventional war. And I really think it's kind of necessary, but it's also hurting our environment. I just wanted to get your thought on this arms race, of course.
Well, that's amazing, Dominic.
Alternate arms race.
The clock is running out, but always appreciate all of the callers here. Patrick, I think we've set a record on the Dr. Sky Experience. This is the record. The most phone calls so far to date for this particular show in the 2-hour period. So, Patrick, wow, thanks for being a guest.
That's absolutely amazing. Let me put the arms race a little bit in perspective. China has approximately 375 or so AI data centers, actually data centers in general. In America, we have over 4,000 at this point. This is imbalance, obviously. China is not beating us on AI by any stretch of the imagination. They have lots of energy, lots of coal, granted, but they don't have the prowess, the depth of the AI that we have. And one of the reasons I think that Trump has enticed them by selling the latest chips now from NVIDIA to China to develop their data centers. Probably they'll link up with our data centers at some point, but I'll say that's my comparison. I don't think there's an arms race with China at this point. We're so far ahead of them on any measure, it's not even funny. This is a statistic you can look at yourself, by the way. Search for it on Google or whatever. You'll find out what I'm talking about.
Interesting. Patrick, and first of all, let me thank Dominic in New Jersey for being part of the show, and all these great callers. I mean, Patrick, we're so fortunate to have people that are in the theater. And in just a moment, what we're going to do, like they do in any good theater, I guess they don't do it necessarily now, we're going to take an intermission, and we recommend everybody go to the snack bar. And that's a good way to put it, right? But I'm thinking more in terms of drive-in movies of the days. But hey, go to the snack bar, get yourself something to drink, and continue here. Many callers still coming in to the Theater of the Mind here, and we will get to you, I promise, and that's a commitment that I'll keep, at 1-800-848-9222. As we continue to talk with you, Patrick, we've just touched the surface here. We have about 20 different topics here, and I'd like to kind of prioritize some of those in the last half hour. And of course, thank you. Technocracy.news is how you can find much more about Patrick Wood. You got about a minute. Tell us about any new book that you have coming out. I understand something's in the works.
Well, I know my latest book here, The New Economics of Technocracy, subtitle, You Will Own Nothing. This is the follow-on book to The Final Betrayal. There was so much stuff that happened after the release last November of our first book. I had to write another book. And I'm not sure if another book will be required by the end of this year with stuff moving so fast as it is.
Well, keep them coming. More with Patrick Wood and you, ladies and gentlemen, in our Theater of the Mind. The Dr. Sky Experience continues here on this powerhouse signal blowtorch. We call it Talk Radio 77, WABC. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Joe Piscopo. It's
here we go. Yeah, good night to you, Radio 972. I hope you have a great weekend. And yeah. So I hope everybody's doing well tonight. Well, this morning now, because of course we're 1 o'clock now? I don't even have my clock here. Anyway, yeah, the last 30 minutes of the show. It'll end at 2 a.m. here Eastern time. The show after that, I don't know what's been going on lately with WABC. I think Lionel's on the weekends now again. I know we had that other guy, TJ McCormick, a long time ago. I don't know what happened to him. And then it was this guy, I forgot the other guy's name. Sterling. Walter Sterling. But he hasn't been on lately on the weekend. It's been crazy. I don't know what's going on. It's like musical chairs for the overnight. Especially on the weekends. So I think it's Lionel afterwards. So anyway, last half hour, I guess. Oh, yeah, I don't want the music. Trying to keep the music down. Although I'll probably mute it anyway. So if I get a little copyright notice, I'll just mute it.
Was a tactic rather than a strategy. The strategy was control and termination of Homo sapiens as we know it. Another incredible quote from James Tunney, author of many books, Empire of Scientism, The Dispiriting Conspiracy and Inevitable Tyranny of Scientocracy. Patrick Wood, he of course has given us and broke a little record here on our show, and keep track of this. More calls than any other of our shows, and we appreciate all of our great guests in the short period of time. Why? Because these subjects are obviously of importance to people. Like that of the metamorphosis, I should say, of a butterfly. That's a beautiful thing in nature. But do you want to be metamorphosized without your permission? And it seems like that's happening. Patrick, this is a fascinating bunch of topics here, and I want to get on to one here and your opinion on this. You talk about a concept called tokenization, and you have an article about real estate. Define to this audience what tokenization is so people understand this. And then again, I have a couple of comments about that too. It's interesting. Tokenization. You mentioned before something called a future book that might have a tagline, "You'll be happy, you'll own nothing, and you'll be happy." So what's tokenization?
That's the title of my book, by the way. It really is.
Hey, I came up with a good one. I didn't even know that. There you go.
Well, I know that the subtitle, "The New Economics of Technocracy, You Own Nothing." The reason I wrote this simple article is people have been asking me forever, tell me what tokenization is all about. So here's the title of my article. It's on the homepage right now. Tokenization, a 7th grade explanation. Okay, so I'm
all ears. Go right ahead, my friend.
I'm sorry. I don't want to offend anybody, but this is what it took, and lots of people chimed in immediately. Oh, thank you for giving me an explanation that I can understand. Nevertheless, let me tell you what tokenization is about, and I'll use the example of your house, for instance. And I'm not saying your house is going to be condemned or put in the ether sphere or whatever. I'm just giving an example, okay? Say you own a nice house, maybe $1 million, and you have an opportunity to tokenize your house, and you can split it into 1 million different shares, if you will, and sell those shares around the world to anybody who wants to buy them. Sure. And once that process is done, you might have some tokens in your pocket, but you're not going to own the house at that point because you just gave all the wealth away that's associated with your house. And here's the problem. You can't, when a property is tokenized, its value is lifted out of the property, spread to the 4 winds, and what you're left with at this point, here's the scenario. You can't live in your token. You can't improve it, fence it, or hand the keys to your children. You hold a digital entry on somebody else's computer system at that point that says you have a claim on a fraction of the house. If the house burns down, gets condemned, or it gets seized by a government, your token doesn't protect you in any way like a deed or insurance policy would. The token is only as good as the platform it sits on and the rules that platform enforces. Does this make sense?
Well, it does, but on the opposite side of the equation, I've been listening and speaking with individuals and doing some research on my own that, let's say, in the securities world, there obviously are some benefits in this new economy for people. So in your opinion, though, you're kind of delineating, you're talking about one sector for tokenization. I mean, what about the people that have an ability to show people how they can create wealth through this? And that may be an experience that many people who maybe say didn't have a gigantic portfolio now have the ability to participate in an economy and create some wealth for themselves. Say, what say you?
It might be the case that somebody will make some money along the way. I wouldn't put a bet against it necessarily, but the problem with tokenization is that it strips the property rights away from the original owner, and whatever they might have as a user, like as a renter or a leaser or whatever on a property, you'll have usage rights, but you will not own the property yourself outright. This is sweeping the world. Larry Fink at BlackRock has said multiple times in public that everything that can be tokenized will be tokenized. And then just incidentally, 3 weeks ago, the New York Stock Exchange, actually the firm that owns the New York Stock Exchange, they said blatantly they're going to tokenize the entire stock, every stock on the New York Stock Exchange. We're talking trillions of dollars of assets. It's incredible.
Interesting.
So
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you short.
Let's get a caller in.
Let's go to line number 5. He's been patient. Robert in New York City. You're on with Patrick Wood. Thanks for your patience. Robert, are you with us?
Hello, Dr. Sky. How are you?
Doing well, sir.
Thank you for taking my call. And Patrick, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you. And I'm very interested in your views on tokenization. And just to pick up on, I guess, the last conversation you had with Dr. Sky here, I would agree with the comment you made about Larry Fink. Larry Fink has said that, and it said as much as anything that can be tokenized will be tokenized. I think that's a positive development for some of the reasons that Dr. Sky was alluding to. There are a lot of assets out there that don't really have access to investors. I would tie this in with a comment that you and Dr. Sky and other callers have made about oligarchies and about concentration of wealth. If you look at President Trump's trip to China, he brought the top executives with him from the major companies. We have a problem in this country when it comes to getting capital to perhaps the most important sector, which happened to be private businesses. And in this country, we have over 33 million businesses. Less than 1% of them are public. And so the balance of those businesses really don't have access to the capital markets. And tokenization and coupled with alternative trading systems give them an opportunity to present themselves to investors. So this way, both investors can benefit by getting in on high growth companies, and the companies themselves can access growth capital. And I'm just curious to get your view on this field.
Interesting.
Thank you for the question. Number one, I understand your position. I've heard this argument made, and it's a good one. But here's what you're going to trade. There'll be a trade-off. We'll put it this way: are you willing to give up the right to own private property in America?
No.
I'll ask that question.
Not.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem with tokenization. It will strip Americans of all their property in the end, because property will not be owned by you once it's tokenized. You can't claim ownership over that property. It'll be managed by somebody, maybe a management firm or whatever, but you won't own anything at that point. You might have a lot of tokens in your pocket. You might have some use of the property because you lease it now, but this will spell the end of private property in America. This is what makes America great in the first place: private property. We can't dare sacrifice the principle of owning private property.
Robert, you get an opportunity to respond here. We're all pressed on time with many callers, but no, you bring up some very insightful points. Please continue.
Thank you, Dr. Sky. So, Patrick, I see it completely from a different perspective. I would say that tokenization reinforces the right of a property holder. And to your point about you losing control, well, you always have control because you don't have to sell those tokens. You can tokenize the security, and there are a lot of value in simply doing that. But you don't have to sell the tokens to anyone. You can maintain ownership 100%. Tokens are good for people who are looking to sell assets or a interest in those assets. You could sell all of them, or you could sell part of them. Would be a great way to perhaps monetize an art collection, a coin collection, or a private business.
Robert in New York City, thank you so much for bringing some other insight into the picture here, and we do appreciate your calls and everybody here on the Dr. Sky Experience. I'm going to go before the break here and switch gears here. We go to our social media side of the equation, and we have a gentleman here, Patrick, Buzz from Kailua Kona, Hawaii, is texting in here on this particular format. This is the powerful signal of WABC going everywhere, and pretty soon we'll get one from the moon. But the gentleman there, Buzz, asked this question regarding water consumption for data center, the one in Utah. Is the water usage one-time? Is it a one-time use, or can it be chilled in-house and recirculated? Seems like a reasonable method to him. What would you say to Buzz out there in the great state of Hawaii?
Apparently, there's no process to recycle the water 100%. There was a water study done for the Utah facility. Remember that this is 40,000 acres. That's an incredible amount of land. There was a water study done, but lo and behold, the citizens of the county can't get it sprung from whoever has their hands on it at this point. They're very livid over this because nobody will address the issue with them, how much water exactly is going to be consumed. So the study is there. The citizens know it. They're demanding it be released. The authorities are digging into their heels into the ground, and they're not doing it yet. Maybe they'll do it with enough pressure. I don't know. But it needs to be released for sure.
Buzz in Hawaii, if you're listening, I'm sure you are. Thank you very much. It's a lot earlier in the evening, I gather, there, and as it is across time zones around the country. Isn't that amazing, Patrick? I mean, we're getting people from all over the place, and that's what we would expect, that is, when you have this power signal. You know, going on what, like 105 years of talk radio, 77 WABC. I grew up with it, many people there, of course, and a little shout-out to owner and operator John Katsimatidis for giving me the opportunity to sit behind the microphone, and also from the executive staff, Chad Lopez, for making sure that in this particular format, we talk about mysteries, we talk about these different stories in what we like to think of as a theater of the mind. Interesting, ladies and gentlemen, and your calls coming in. 1-800-848-9222. We'll get as many of you on the air as possible between now and the top of the hour. Patrick, I think I've done a terrible job, and I'm just kidding, and not to say I did a wonderful job, being serious, that we have about 15 different topics here that we certainly cannot get to in the time that we have here. So what I'll do, we're about up to the break here, one more time, the book that you've just had about a year ago is what? Give us that information again, and also the event coming up on Monday for people to do a deep dive, more so than the time we had here, into this whole subject of Pax Silica.
Indeed. We're going to have, this will be on YouTube. You can go and search for Courtney Turner, that's Courtenay with an E, and Patrick Wood, I'm there too. And it'll surface immediately, I think, and you just click on the button. That would be, 3 o'clock Pacific. That would be 6 Eastern, and you can join the conversation. And please do. We want you to come with your questions.
And that's Monday.
And we'll try and answer.
As we go to the break right now, we'll be right back with Patrick Wood. Your questions and comments as we extinguish hour number 2. Sad to say, as we move to the top of the new hour. We'll be right back.
Hello, this is Sean Catsoulides. Advertising.
All right. So we're getting down to the final part of the show. After this, I'm going to tune the band real quick. I want to see if I can get that 1190 station that Michael mentioned. I know he posted the other day that it was offline. For I thought it was only for 24 hours. I didn't know it's been offline for the last few days. So I definitely want to check it out and see if I can pick up something on 1190. And I'll probably do a quick AM band scan or something. Yeah. And also I want to see who's going to come on after Dr. Sky. I think it's going to be Lionel. I'm not sure. They shake. Like I say, it's a rotating. How you say? Musical chairs lady with the overnight shows.
WABC honors the life of our friend Ed Mehmet.
And of course, next weekend is Memorial Day weekend. So it's rapidly approaching the weekend after this weekend. Next weekend is Memorial Day weekend. And I think that's the earliest Memorial Day weekend we had in quite a while. It's going to fall on the 25th. So I think that's the earliest possible Memorial Day, for the month of May, the 25th. The latest, of course, is the 31st, but definitely, I don't remember last time we had Memorial Day on the 25th. It's kind of early. I normally, like the 28th or whatever, but this year is going to be on the 25th. So interesting on that. Yeah, and like I said, I've been busy with the getting everything ready. So as you saw in the video, testing out the camera. I was tilling the other side. I'm gonna plant some veggies on the ground too. We're gonna maximize the yard and plant a whole bunch of stuff this year. My son doesn't play out there anymore, so this time I want to plant a whole bunch of stuff. Plus, food costs money. Everything is expensive, getting expensive. So I want to plant a whole bunch of different. I already planted a whole bunch of stuff, but I want to plant some more stuff, especially along the fence, like cucumbers and zucchini and things like that. All right, back to the show.
To nothing more than numbers. A quote from author Jessica Marie Baumgartner. As we continue at 47 minutes after the hour. Patrick, if I may take the liberty, when a lot of people listen and call in about what's going on as we talk about, always remind you to keep your eyes to the skies. Something very interesting will be happening. We have plenty of time to talk about it. How about this? A stage of a SpaceX rocket booster intentionally will be set to hit the moon on August the 5th. This might be a big event for people who have small telescopes or larger ones, an event of seeing just how an impaction on the moon, it creates dust. And that, of course, is important for future space travelers to know what happens when asteroid bodies from space can do damage. Look at all the craters on the moon. For planets, if you look in the northwest after sunset, the mighty planet Venus, the goddess of love, and the planet Jupiter are high up in the northwest. Watch them each evening because they will have a romantic dance together, very close in the sky, of biblical proportions, back on June the 5th, an amazing conjunction. Patrick, now we get back to earthly matters, and we appreciate you. But even more important than that, we go to our callers. Let's go to line number 2. Bob's been patient in Riverhead. Bob, you're on the air. How you doing?
Hi, gentlemen. Well, tokenization sounds a little bit like floating shares on intellectual property when there's no hard asset. That's not why I called. They use the imagination, and the M1E1, the new Abrams tank, is fully integrated to use data in the internet. So you can understand the military-industrial complex will be taking over these data centers. And that makes me use my imagination and think this is like a present-day Skynet. And the next thing that comes to mind is Battlestar Galactica, which they were completely networked, and how they were susceptible to, hacking. And in both cases, in both of these movies, who was threatened was humanity.
Yeah, you're right.
And the existence of humanity.
You know, you're right, Bob. Yeah, and Dr. Sky had nothing to do with Skynet of Terminator, but that's a serious subject in the whole realm of science fiction. No, not to be funny. You bring up some interesting points. Patrick, he's talking sense here. This is interesting about what might be the future. Yeah.
Indeed, he does. The rumor, or call it the narrative, that we have to beat China, and if we don't pull all the stops here in America, we can't do that. You know, we have to beat China, whatever. The fact is, China has about 375 data centers. I just did a statistic on the internet. We have about 5,000 data centers in our country. That's over 13 times. Well, who's floating this rumor, this narrative that we have to beat China? It's the AI industry itself. At this point, they've gone rogue in a sense, because they're not telling us the truth about the spread of these AI data centers. I didn't know personally that there was 5,000 data centers. I thought it was somewhere around 3,500.
Wow!
But they're going up like weeds around, and I think this caller makes a good point. Why do they want all these data centers? How many will be dispatched for the military to use? This is very disturbing. It really is.
Bob in Riverhead, you get the last word if you're with us. We appreciate your call and your commentary. Go ahead.
Oh, well, the jet fighters now are going to have no pilots. They're going to rely on data connections. The M1E1s, new Abrams tank is that way. And now we talk about drones and we talk about humanoid robots, which will be new soldiers of the future. I'm sure for data redundancy, all these systems will have their own online computers. But the best way to fully integrate from a reconnaissance standpoint and intelligence standpoint is to be hooked into the network. But this also makes our military systems susceptible to hacking. So, humanity gets the short end of the stick, and I think that's what we have to keep aware of.
Bob in Riverhead.
Amen.
I appreciate you and all the great callers that we've set our own little record here. We're tracking this, and, the topic is of importance to people. And they have opinions, and they need to be heard. But now I'm going to get on to something very depressing. Can you imagine this? And you wrote this article. You're a person who works in a Chinese factory, and now you go into your office and you're told by your boss the Chinese workers now are required to train the AI replacements. That's the most depressing thing I can ever imagine. Your job is gone, per se, and now you have to succumb to it and train them. Did the robot say thank you? Probably not. But it is, on a serious note, that's pretty depressing, do you think?
It really is. It's happening here as well, and people are talking about it here as well. This story just popped out to me, and I saw it on a magazine called Futurism, and it just struck me that China's they have the same problem there. Their workers are being directed by their bosses to train AI to replace themselves. This is not good. It's very, very depressing.
I mean, even if you gave the person a big severance check, God bless for the time they worked, and they deserve what they should if they put time in, and they're obviously a good employee. But the point is, that's pretty depressing, and you're reporting to us, sadly, that's happening in various aspects of the world. But Patrick, before the clock runs out, give us, in your take, in your experience, in your opinion, ways that people can get involved in this movement peacefully, to look at how we can stop this total aggression on individualities, because again, I use that example, the metamorphosis of the butterfly is a beautiful thing in nature, but I don't want to be metamorphosized, that's a fancy word, without somebody saying, do you want to be metamorphosized? Give us some positives before the clock runs out.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Look. Go to just try this experiment. Go to any city council meeting. Usually they meet at least once a month, if not more frequently. Just go and look at the people who are attending with you. Okay, and just look around. Maybe start a couple of conversations. Why are you here? they'll ask you, why are you here? You say, well, I just want to find out what's going on here. You'll find resistance immediately because people are going to complain. They are going to the city councils to complain about the conditions that they're bringing into their communities, and they're hopping mad. It's their life that's on the block. So get in touch with people. That's the easiest way to do it. If you can't believe there's a resistance going in your city against data centers, that's where you're going to find it. So don't look for the yellow pages. Don't look for the newspaper. They won't tell you. Go to the city council and you'll find out who's raising a ruckus or not.
That's amazing. Good information as always, Patrick, and we have you here every month. My email, drsky@wabcradio.com for commentary on either side of this equation. But of course, many people, Patrick, have given us guest suggestions. We can't guarantee we'll get them all. But I do my homework and try my best to provide you, ladies and gentlemen, and your opinion, of course, matters, with a show that obviously has, in my opinion, at least we have the ability to share information here with what we like, critical thinking in the form of dialogue in this theater of the mind. And some have said, I don't know if this is totally the official way to say it, but they have said the Dr. Sky Experience, an antidote to negative news fatigue. If you're tired of hearing negative news, well, sometimes we have to bring it up. But in Patrick's way, we're trying to provide some solutions. Patrick, we didn't have enough time to go through all these topics, but again, go to technocracy.news, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to read the in-depth articles there. And joining him once again on Monday. What is the time again? Give us the time in Eastern.
It's going to be 3 o'clock Pacific. That would be 6 o'clock Eastern, and figure out the times in between. The title will be Pax Silica, Who Owns the Rails of the AI Civilization?
Interesting. And we never got to talk about transhumanism. That's another in-depth subject. And you're reporting very quickly, we have a few moments here, maybe two, that you can explain this story. Some of the major gurus in the techno world are looking to develop this whole concept of transhumanism, where they could theoretically find ways, medically and such, even through AI assistance, to live forever. How about that one, Patrick?
That's crazy. My mom used to tell me a fool and his money are soon parted.
Wow. Well, they have the head. I'm trying to think. The severed head, this sounds a little graphic, of Ted Williams here in Arizona. He's frozen somewhere in Scottsdale in one of those big cryogenic chambers because some people believe, maybe that company, not to knock them, they figure someday in the future we'll have the technology to transplant it, but maybe they ought to get, if not they already have, a direct line to Elon Musk in his ability to do many, many things. And with his technology that they're looking to be able to stimulate nerves and implants in people's spines that are paralyzed, God bless them, and have them the ability to walk and maybe able to see. Wouldn't that be a miracle? Those that are blind and became blind, that would be a total miracle. And those are the things that I definitely would support. You got about 30 seconds, Patrick. You're good. Go for it. 30 seconds are yours.
I have to just invite people to go to technocracy.news, go to amazon.com, find all of our books there. You can buy books on our website as well. There's audiobooks, there's Kindle versions, any way you consume. We have over 7,000 articles on technocracy.news right now, indexed, categorized. It's a treasure trove of articles on technocracy, transhumanism to an extent. This is 11 years of work at this point. It's unbelievable.
All right, here we go.
Patrick, technocracy.news. Thank you. We look forward to the next iteration on the Theater of the Mind, or in the Theater of the Mind with you, and continue to update us and me on all these bits of information. Have a great weekend. More tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We talk about American exceptionalism in hour number 1, and then move on to some serious individuals. Retired U.S. Navy Intelligence Captain Doug Cupo, talking about the latest UFO information. Now, stay tuned to the Powerhouse Talk Radio 77, WABC, the Power Home Low Torch, as we pass the torch of conversation from here, the Dr. Sky Experience,
all right,
for another side of midnight with Lionel here on this
it says Lionel.
station that's been around well more than a century.
Let me put that in the station
out to the nation, the world.
All year long.
and China agree. I'm Deborah Valentine, Fox News. President Trump returning to the U.S. after a visit to China.
So it looks like I'm getting another station. So 1190 WLIB seems to be down. Well, let's see what the station is. Of course, Michael picked up WOWO out of Indiana. So let me see what this is.
Anybody who would listen that still went very, and I mean very well for all parties.
Let me narrow the bandwidth. Yeah, I'll leave it right there.
Looking to have somebody go independent. The president welcomes an offer from President Trump to assist in any war.
Let's see what station that is.
Preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon. The U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz continues as President Trump returns from China. Fox News' Ashley Webster has more from Tel Aviv. Iran is running out of options other than cutting oil production because of the...
And smash the like button and share the video. Thank you for watching.
At the same time, the U.S. naval blockade...
I'm going to put it wider because nothing there anyway. Yeah, I'll leave it right there. I'll put it a 6 is good.
Vessel operating as a floating armory in the Gulf of Oman has been seized by Iran. The sailor used internal weapons to security firms to protect ships at sea. It also comes up...
And the U-loop is pointing east to west, so... yeah. It might get Indiana. Let's see.
Under Iranian control. Iran has secured a rail line in North America. The Long Island Railroad is on strike at 5 unions. The beginning of the LIRR and other unresolved contractual issues involving pay.
Takes listeners on a journey through the 250 most impactful moments in American history, from the Cultural Revolution to the years, inventions, and decisions that changed the world. The 250 most impactful moments in American history broadcast. Hey everyone, it's Phil.
Carrying out at least 18 terror attacks against the U.S. and Israeli groups. Mohammed al-Shadi making his first court appearance in federal court in Manhattan. He has been charged with completed terror attacks that answer the U.S. is very aware of Iran. He faces 6 federal crimes, including providing terror support in the federal complaint. Al-Shadi was charged with planning, coordinating, financing, and promoting attacks in Europe so quick. These were all attacks that were being planned since the start of the war in Iran in September. Al-Shadi claimed to kill Americans and Jews. Brian Willis reporting. Moving on, Eddie Weinstein's trial has been delayed yet again. This afternoon, the judge in New York arranged the trial of Eddie Weinstein. Seven of the in the country, and the question was to kick off the hostile bravery, inspiring, and said that one day I'm going to find with my back to the Secretary of Weinstein's 15 minutes said in part that this shows how deeply public perception and prejudice surrounding Weinstein have become embedded in society. Michelle Salino, Fox News. President Donald Trump announced late Friday the U.S. Homeland Security on Thursday an operation that targets the long-haul ISIS mission. President Trump identified the terrorist as Abu Bilal al-Maliki, holding exercise as ISIS is and globally. I'm Deborah Valentine.
Gibson Seating
Won't be drawing and listen to the rest of the trying to keep it. Just to the people down on Saturday morning over. Very sad. The theory of the brain cells is understood, but looking to that well, just to the good evening. Is FM 11.
Could have been bad at that. I do think it's hard to fathom the Clay and Buck Show.
It sounded like it faded in and faded out. Something else. I don't know. I guess I hear after the replay. Yeah, because right now it's music, and I don't want to play music all the time. I don't want to just. But it's definitely not. It's definitely not WLIB. Because that is the what is it? La Exitosa. So it's definitely not that. Let me go up to 1700. Let me go up there. All right, let's see.
In the programming notes, we're going to be playing this. Kind of shot there for
Of course, WRCR, WABC, basically, you know, same thing on the simulcast WABC. So, of course, they do own them. So that's Lionel. Okay. 1690, of course, WPTX. And that's local station. I picked up relevant radio from Wisconsin from 1670, so could be that. But that's local. This is what is it? What is it? 1650. CINA, CINA, I believe, CINA, out of Canada. Can't make our 1640 right now. 1630. 1630 is KCJJ out of Iowa. KCJJ out of Iowa.
For more information, find
Guys out of Iowa. Yeah, Des Moines. Well, you heard of Des Moines. That is the KCJJ out of Iowa. Can't make out what this is. This is CHHA out of Toronto. Black Information Network. Local. It's a local station. This is a CBE, CBEF out of, what is it? Montreal? No. Well, it might not be that actually because it's English. Actually, it might be something else. Okay, it's French. Okay, so that's CBEF out of Canada. KXCL out of Iowa.
President Trump didn't have to, as a candidate in 2016,
KXCL
didn't have to directly make promises on the border. Just had to have sufficient strong, and that worked. He didn't have to get into the weeds on things. And there were promises he didn't have to make in 22. And that comes back to haunt you even before the war. So, because there's nothing you can do about bringing prices back to 2019 level. You can't do anything about it. That's not going to happen. Even if you make the target rate of 2% on inflation, and that were to maintain for years on end, then you would have an increase in prices. And that should have been it. That should have been, again, look, we didn't break it. And because of inflation, we're not going to be able to bring prices down to 2019.
Yeah, 1540. Sometimes I get I forgot the station in Canada. I'm thinking what station in Canada. I forgot which one it was. Of course, I never got ZNS from the Bahamas. I know Michael, I believe, picked that up. I know several people picked up ZNS. That's the Bahamian station. I never picked up that station on 1540. I always get locked in on KXCL. I wish I could pick out the Bahamas. That would be nice.
So when you talk about investment in these companies coming to set us up, that's what we've talked about for years.
15-day disabled list. Yankees announced that on Friday. The left-hander underwent an MRI and CT scan on Thursday before being examined by Yankees team physician Chris Ahmad. The club will undergo additional tests.
1530 from Cincinnati. 1520 from Buffalo.
What do you think about that?
Buffalo, New York.
How you doing? Can you hear me? I mean, I heard what you said, and I didn't hear about this fine until just now. And I told your call screener I played against John and his brother Jimmy when we were playing for the Maine Bulldogs under Sean Walsh. And I can tell you one thing, the playing against John Tortorella on the ice, I don't know him personally, but I know him as a hockey player.
All right.
I had the good fortune of playing 3 times a year. I was actually in which these creatures display
1510, I think this is Massachusetts, Boston.
At least of some
This is
moment or significance, he could have summarily rejected it himself.
DC, Washington, DC, WFED.
Saying that this isn't happening. I'd also note
Or / WTOP.
we had just minutes earlier received.
Can't make out this one. This is local. can't make that one out right now.
We get 84% of the way to our goal in the last day, in the last hours of this pledge drive. So we need to now more than ever. We are 100% listener supported. Also, Drew, today, the memorial of St. Vincent, patron of those with anxiety, depression, autism, mental illness. Also, St. Isidore, the farmer.
Yeah, I believe this is Irrelevant Radio.
And I love the idea of
1410, I think that's, I'm trying to remember that Syracuse now. I used to pick up Montreal, Canada on this one. CPAM, but I don't hear that no more. I didn't even know that station's still around. DX, I'm glad that medium wave in North America is in better state compared to, I know, man. Well, you know, gotta enjoy while we have it, you know. I know here in the States, well, I know about Canada. Canada didn't fight for it, but here in the United States, yeah, let's say it. We fought for it. We fought to keep it in cars because that was the major issue we were facing under the previous administration, was that the major car, basically Ford, I think Ford and GM, especially I know Ford was this close to not putting AM radio in any new models, new cars. But you know, of course we prevailed. When I say we, I'm talking about the people that I elected. And we actually, you know, mandated it. We mandated it that if you're going to build a car in North America, well, in the United States, you got to have AM radio because we need that for emergency. You know, for emergency. When any all other medium fails, AM radio is, you know, that can travel long distances, especially regional. AM radio, we need that. We need AM radio. So right now, we're in good hands for a few years. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen in the future with future administrations. But right now, it's in good hands right now. Yeah, so we fought for that. Now, I'm talking about, you say North America, I'm talking about USA. Canada, I don't know what's going on with Canada. You saw what Canada did with the weather, with the Environment Canada thing. And they actually, I was very shocked that Canada got rid of the weather ban. I mean, that was shocking to me. You know, so right now in North America, we're the only ones that you know, have weather ban. I know Mexico uses the frequency, the weather band frequency. They do use it in Mexico, but it's not for the weather. It's for seismic activity. Like they have, you know, because they do more prone to earthquakes and seismic activity. So Mexico does have, at least they use the weather band frequencies for seismic alerts. So we're the only one left that uses the weather band for actual weather information. And that I thought that was going to be threatened. You know, like I said, I voted for the guy, but I thought he was going to go too far with that, but he didn't. Thank God. But the medium wave, though, we fought for that. So we got the car makers to say, no, you're going to believe medium wave on the radio, on car radios, or I forgot what he tried. I don't know if he was trying with some kind of tariff or something or whatever. But anyway, that didn't happen. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's debatable about the financial situation. because the same thing in this country. It's a lot. You gotta understand the government. It's a lot of waste and fraud and abuse. Like, for example, under the previous administration, you saw all that money that was going to illegal aliens. I hate to say it. They were staying in hotels, in five-star. They were staying in five-star hotels in Manhattan, and all that money. I mean, it was ridiculous. Why are we doing all this and stuff like that? That's very important. The weather ban is very important. So I think Canada was guilty of that too. I think a lot of it is just when you talk about big government, that's what happens. And I agree with what Jill said. I think the person that was in charge with the Canadian decision didn't know what the hell they were doing. They just didn't know. They didn't think it was that important to have that. That a simple weather app was going to be the solution, which is ridiculous. Because when all else fails, you're going to need some kind of radio. That's been proven already. Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico years ago proved that. When the whole island went dark. The whole island went dark. And if you had a radio, you was already you already had an advantage, as opposed to people that was using their smartphone, pointing it at a tower that had no power. I saw the images of pictures of people climbing on top of a car, pointing their smartphone at a tower, at a cell phone tower that was up in the mountain, and with no signal, hoping, pie in the sky, they would get a signal. I mean, it was really pathetic. So, I will never put myself in that position. My family would never be in a position as such. Yeah. Let me read over here. Yeah, so, yes, I remember, Mary Dick said, yes, I remember when it was pushed to Congress to have the bill keeping the medium wave cars. Yeah. That was a financial decision to remove the weather ban in Canada. Same was happening. I know. I understand. Like, for example, long wave, I understand because of the equipment and medium wave. Medium wave is really the part that I just don't understand. Why are they doing that? But I guess it is financial. But yeah, remember the extra. You look at BBC Radio 4 long wave here, and the shipping forecast maritime sector use satellite, even a small boat. I know that's another thing. Now we were dependent on all that GPS satellites and all that. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, yeah, we do have a lot of satellite information that we can virtually pinpoint. Down to. I mean, satellite technology has come a long way, Yeah, so maybe it's just the old person in me wants to keep it around. But yeah, I could see maybe in about, I definitely could see 20 years from now, medium wave pretty much gone. I think 20 years from now, by then, I'll be I'm going to turn 60 in September, God willing. So 20 years from now, I'll be, if I make it 20 years from now. But yeah, definitely. I could see 20 years from now, medium wave pretty much gone. Especially in Europe, it's going to be gone. Here, we might have a handful of stations, maybe. But yeah, because Canada, medium wave is just like Europe. It's rapidly, But I definitely, I believe Mexico also. They have quite a few medium waves, so I don't think they're going anywhere. But the United States, right now, we had a close call. But I think the next administration and so on, especially the way this country is going right now. I honestly, I think the way this country is going right now, um, the guy we have now is just a speed bump. I think once he's gone in 2 years, there's nothing gonna stop. Unfortunately, it's just too it's a generational thing too. It's too many people now. I mean, I just give an example. What I'm working on in my backyard. Um, you know, my son doesn't like to be outside. He's on the computer all day. He's on the computer. He's on apps. A lot of kids now they're on apps and computers. They're not that. I don't see it outside. When I walk outside, I don't see kids playing outside anymore. Everybody's wired to their phone, to a device. Even though I'm approaching 60, I was out there today raking and cleaning up the yard and all that. I know tomorrow we're gonna hit 79 degrees Fahrenheit here in New York, or later on today. We were supposed to go up to yeah, they're not outdoors. My son is definitely not an outdoor person. He's not an outdoor person. We tried, my wife and I, we tried everything. I mean, he'll shoot baskets with me for a few minutes, and then maybe a half an hour or whatever, and then he'll go back inside the house. Things like that. Like he's just not, and he doesn't care about outdoors. He'll play a couple of minutes, but it's just, and I don't see that out here. I don't see people playing in the street. I used to play in the street. I don't see that out here. Okay, once in a while I'll see a kid with a scooter go down the block. One of those scooters. That's about it. I don't see anything else. It's kind of sad, but that's so. Yeah, of course, people that are going to be in charge. These are the people that are going to. These are the people that are in charge now. They have no concept of radio, of analog, anything analog. They don't have no concept of that. Everything now is like everything is digital. That's it. It's digital. Even the way we make our food now, everything is so, No, I know. Same here. I didn't do train surfing, but yeah, I done some. I done some my share of crazy stuff. Not train surfing though. Definitely not train surfing. But yeah, I take it. I remember. I keep saying it. I remember when I was in Puerto Rico. After school, or especially on the weekend. When I didn't have school, my wife told me get out. Just go outside and play. Get out of the house. I'll be gone for hours. I would take long walks, like miles. I'll walk for miles to the nearest town and all that, and walk around and basically explore what's out there. And then I will come back home, and by the time I come back home, it'd be almost sundown. And my mother's like, "Where the hell you been at?" I mean, no, I was just playing over here with my friend, and she didn't know that I walked miles. By myself, and I was like 11 years old, 11, 12 years old, walking around by myself, like walking for miles. Yeah. So these kids have no concept of that stuff now. They have no concept of any of that stuff. Like when you heard on Dr. Sky about maps. My wife realized on GPS for everything. Me, I know everything up here in my head. I can read maps. I used to, a friend we used to go on a road trip. I would get the map from the gas station and open it up and say, okay, we got to go down this highway. And I love reading maps and all that. Nowadays, everybody's dependent on GPS. Nobody can read a map now. Yeah. I can receive maritime satellite information via Inmarsat easily now. It has advanced a lot. Yeah, it has. And yes, long wave and medium wave transmitter maintenance is another issue. They're aging. Yeah, some have been around for over 50 years. Well, probably more than that. But yeah. Yeah, they're not as outdoor as we were. Exactly. The generation now, it's like, like I said, I don't see them playing outside at all. I rarely see kids playing outside. It's rare. Yeah. It's kind of sad too, but it's like I think about myself, like, yeah, I remember I'm that old, I'm the old guy. This is our local station.
Who would I hire? I'd hire us. Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania.
Is WPTH?
We understand what it means to serve our neighbors with integrity.
All right, take care, Mary DX. I'm going to be on for a little while longer. Yeah. So take care. Enjoy your weekend. And thank you for watching.
That's Fairhaven. We're not answering to a corporation. We're answering to you. We have been responsible for Fort Wayne families for a combined 85 years. Fairhaven Funeral Home Installation Service. Locally owned, community trusted, helping the Fort Wayne families find comfort in every goodbye. Please call us at 260-424-5000 for basic training or go to fairhavenfortwayne.com.
When you gotta share with others. Help! I've sat down and I can't get up.
Do you feel as though you need a crane to get up from your furniture? Do your knees block your view when you sit down? Has your old home gone soft? Then you need the recovery room. We will replace your home that is worn down, smashed down, full of nasty stuff, dead skin, and filthy little dust mites. Just bring in your seat cushions, and we will make them feel like brand new by putting your eyes on and turning your right. 25 books and everything.
From the Windows, Doors, and More Studios, breathe new life into your home. Windows, Doors, and More finishes hardwood floors to look brand new. Call 260-422-7777.
There you go. So that's Fort Wayne, Indiana, WOWO. So I am picking up Fort Wayne, Indiana. So it's non WLIB is off the air. So yep, same thing as T Radio 1992. I'm picking up Fort Wayne, Indiana, on 1190. So that is WOWO out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Nice. First catch ever of the Fort Wayne station on 1190. Nice.
Call the watch guard line 14109. The first time caller line is 818-501.
WWVA out of West Virginia.
That they're never going to go down. There's another kerfuffle, another problem. The
WBBR Bloomberg Radio
again. So
KMOX out of St. Louis, Missouri. Of course, WBT still with this endless loop. I'm just waiting for them to go off the air so a new station can get that new station can. Well, I think they're just running down until their license expire at this point because they already did the switch to FM. The whole lineup thing, the whole switch is already done. They just keep playing this. I don't know why. I guess because as long as they have their license, they're just gonna keep playing this on 1110. So yeah.
Discoveries of the modern era. A vast.
I like that flag. It just.
WHO out of Iowa. WBZ out of Boston.
Chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee has invited the CEO. Some of the tools we use.
KDK out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
These out of operation. Oh, well, I mean, I think most people are familiar at this point from films with Weapon Up. These guys are jocked up with the body armor and night vision and all kinds of weaponry. But they're also going to carry all kinds of manual, ballistic and explosive breaching tools.
Those 1010 wins.
CAN-CERS to see if you...
WMVP out of Chicago.
I didn't think it was as controversial as people tried to make it out. And the 2-minute report said it wasn't a foul. Not that always matters, but in this case, I think it was.
He was anemic.
Jared Allen also got put. I've seen that be called a foul in the past, but the fact that.
Oh, she's.
Mama blesses me.
Right now.
Now to politics in Britain. On the face of it, the centre-left government of the UK's Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, should be a model of stability. His Labour Party commands a majority of over 150 MPs in Parliament, which is huge by British standards. And the next general election isn't due to be held until 2029. But at the end of this week, Keir Starmer is fighting to stay in office in response to disastrous local election results for his party earlier this month. About a quarter of Labour MPs have called for him to resign as Prime Minister. His Secretary of State for Health has also resigned, and plans have begun for Andy Burnham, a Labour Party politician who's not even in Parliament, to be elected as an MP so that he can be considered as a replacement for Keir Starmer. If the Prime Minister were to stand down, his successor would be the UK's 7th Prime Minister since 2016. So why has governing this country become so very difficult? Professor Mark Steers is on the line, political analyst, strategist at University College London's Policy Lab, and he's also a former chief speechwriter for the Labour Party. Mark, welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Sounds as if they could do with your help just now.
Award-winning 24/7, 365 professional limited for a fraction of the time and service medical care, leading to a technician of drilling into a well, customers with system timeline info and for 6 minutes specific to your time. You can set it up yourself in under an hour. You get premium, proactive protection with the latest type of equipment, moving to a low coding is very premium, so much easier. And that's just the beginning.
CKLW out of Canada.
Kids will keep seeking. Kids will keep seeing.
Federal spending.
WJ out of Detroit, Michigan. That sounds staticky. WSB out of Atlanta, Georgia. Zoomer Radio out of Toronto, Canada. right. WGN out of Chicago. And WOR out of local here in New York City.
Say Goatman.
Cincinnati.
Beyond the reach and understand how to no, they don't. If you take somehow the mindset and where we have been, you have to remind people because people live in the bubble. I don't know what kind of pour out of the years after metal against Apollo. I think against America. It's already made. And what he said that he was going to hire we didn't get to that.
He's a Providence. WSCR out of Chicago.
This has to go somewhere. I don't know where it's going to go. We'll find somewhere.
Of course, WFAN. WSM out of Nashville, Tennessee.
Harry's Nurses Registry and
WSNR.
Violation of the 14th Amendment because Harry doesn't.
KYW out of Philly. Normally I pick up CKAT out of North Bay, Ontario. Now sometimes I pick up Cuba on 600.
We do every day
WMCA
for Broadway. So just because someone tells you,
okay, I have no idea what this is. Although 5-6, I usually pick up CFOS out of Ontario, Canada. And I believe this is a Long Island. What's the filling station? Oh, off the top of my head. And at 5:30. Nothing on 5:30 right now. It's noisy. Let's try FM. Virgo is high as I'm returning. I'm gonna do the auto. Love is the candle. Let me do the auto. Let me do what mode. Let me do auto. Now any other day, I'll the U-loop is not the best antenna for FM, so I'm just gonna go down the band real quick.
Dated driver tickets are available. The Suds on the Sound Craft Beer Festival, Saturday, May 16th. For tickets and info, go to 1071thepeak.com. The Suds on the Sound Craft Beer Festival is brought to you by Strain Stars Cannabis.
I'm not gonna stop too long because of music copyright. That's how we get hit with a few.
New York's rock station. Peter said, St. Peter.
Yeah, I need to update. I need to update my firmware too. I know T-Rated 922 updated his. I need to update the firmware in this because I'm getting a lot of RDS mistakes. So I definitely need to update the firmware on this one, as well as the mini one. I need to update the firmware on these two to the latest firmware. So this one has the button out here. This one does not have a reset button. So this one, when you do the firmware, there's a point. He did T-Rated Engine 2 did his firmware on the Met. He has a similar mini TF radio like this, where he has a metal one. This one, as you can see, that has no buttons or nothing like that. So there is an option when you get to the firmware option. It's gonna say, do you have the reset or boot button? You could answer yes. If you answer yes, then you have to press that button. And that's how you proceed with the firmware update. If you don't have that button, then you got to type in no or N. And then it'll try to set up the firmware without resetting the button. So this radio is like the mini metal one, the same thing. So in his case, he did the N. He just typed in N for no. We don't have the reset button. So I'm gonna see if I can do the firmware on this one first. This one, of course, does have the button. It's right there. It's right up here. There's a little button up here. And you got to stick a little toothpick in there. And you got to press the button down, and it goes into like a DFU mode or something. And then it updates the firmware. Of course, the silver TF CT686, that one had the button inside the 3.5 millimeter headphone jack. So that one, you got to stick the pin or like a toothpick inside the 3.5 millimeter jack. The button is in there. This one, the button is right there. See, the button is right there. It's right there. Let me move the radio a little bit like this. It's right there. You see the button? It says ESP boot. ESP32 boot. Excuse me. Let me focus right there. Anyway, take my word for it. It's right there. There you go. You see it. Let me hit the focus. There you go. Okay, so the button is right there on this one. So that one, I have to press the button, and then I'm able to proceed with the firmware update. Sorry, let me just put this. I'm trying to put this tripod here where it doesn't tip over. Okay, sorry about that. But this one does not have any button like that. So when you get to the portion of the firmware update, it's going to ask you a question, yes or no. If you have the button, you got to press Y, and then you go ahead with the button. If you don't have the button, you got to press N, and then it'll try to install it anyway without the button. Okay, so I think I'm going to do a video on each one of them on the firmware update. Hopefully I don't break the radio in the process. But I will do a video on the firmware updates on each one. I'll probably do this one first. Or I'll do this one first, actually. I'll probably do this one first. Since Mike already did his. He basically laid out the blueprint for me for this one. So this one, I'm going to go to the same thing. And then this one, it asks the question, do you have the boot button? I got to answer no. And then it'll try to set it up. This one, I have to say yes. And then I have to proceed and press that button. And then you hold on that button for a couple of seconds or something. And then it'll go ahead and install the firmware. Okay, so that's the way that works with this one.
that the body of sin might be done away.
Okay, people say, oh, I don't have any pain, I can't have cancer, or I don't have a family history, I can't.
But Paul, I appreciate you. You be safe, okay, my friend?
All right, thanks a lot, huh?
All right,
I'll
Paul.
talk to you Monday.
Thank you.
Morning. Bye-bye. Bye.
Risk it. Paid for by NHTSA.
That first summer trip sets the tone for the... Medicamentos, servicios de salud mental y más, sin importar tu estatus. El planeta caliente. Just look at...
Que oiga lo que el Espíritu dice a las iglesias. Escribe al ángel de la iglesia de la Odisea.
That still was a hell where you could function and have a normal life.
The outbound Lincoln slowing down on the Jersey side with construction on 495 westbound, so take the hop.
WBGO on 88.3.
All right, there you go. So let me do now the shortwave band. This is the shortwave band. So I'm gonna go. Of course, it's 9:30. It's not gonna be nothing up here tonight because it's very late. So I'm just gonna go down. Auto. Let's see what. Actually, let me stop it. Let me increase the bandwidth to. Yeah, let me put it up to 8. Sorry. Okay, now I'll let that do a shortwave band also. Let's see what we can pick up. This time of the night is and this is of course the U-loop antenna. It's not an amplified antenna, it's a passive loop antenna. I mean, I think it's okay. I think it's not the best medium shortwave antenna, excuse me. But it'll pick up the stronger signals. It's not the MLA 30. The MLA 30 is definitely slightly better than the U-loop when it comes to shortwave. Oh my God, my stomach just growling. Oh my God. Yeah, not the best conditions to listen to. Yeah, I thought I would get something by now, but. And again, it's what, almost 3 in the morning right now here.
Which, I mean, those two phobias actually, to me, they make sense, because just purely from an evolutionary perspective, right, those animals were quite venomous. For us, they're deadly, so we've made a lot of them anyway. But I mean, from what you discovered... The phone number to call is 1-800-338-3030. That's
1-800-338-3030. Yeah, not very good tonight. Well, shortwave lately has been even on 10 meters.
Only allowing people in some cases to withdraw 10% of what they had in the bank at one time. God knows it doesn't work like that. You can draw out all you want all the time and never diminish your account. But you don't know that unless you understand the principles in the book of Ephesians. So you want to get...
Let me get down to CHU. Let's see if we get CHU. All right. There we go. Let me turn this off for a minute. Alexa, volume 5. Alexa, play CFFR Calgary.
News Radio Calgary from Danny's Tune-In.
Welcome to Tune-In. Ever notice how life's best stories don't happen in your living room? They happen on the open road, out on the
Hey, man, let me play
water,
some.
At Progressive,
I'll listen to different
you
stuff
wanna
here.
focus on the experience.
So this is my Echo Dot. I had this for a few years, so
That's
I
why
brought it in
offer
here.
Quality insurance designed for your ride, whether that's a boat, RV, or motorcycle. Adventure with confidence. Visit Progressive.
Alexa, volume up.
Favorite way to get away. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in prices vary based on how you buy.
Thinking about a home makeover? Whether you're remodeling, moving, or just updating a room.
Let me listen to this for a little bit.
How light lives in your home.
This is a Canadian, what is it? Calgary's a news station. It's on 660. Of course, I wish I could pick that up, but of course, we have WFAN, so.
Let us help create a look that's all yours. To schedule your free consultation, visit SkylineWindowCoverings.com.
I'll switch a few.
SkylineWindowCoverings.com.
Listen to this for a while, and I'll switch over to another station.
To help you get on the road sooner. For a new career that moves you forward, visit JonasDrivingSchool.com.
I'm sitting in a cafe, putting on lipstick, and then... my lipstick! I'm sorry, I've got a new one in my bag somewhere. Wait, what? Is that a Dyson vacuum? A Samsung TV? KitchenAid? All that? In your tiny little bag? Yeah, I'm Natalie, a host from TSC. We bring you the best. We obsess over every detail so you get exciting news every day. Plus, we're Canadian. And there's Easy Pay, our payment plan. No interest or surprises. On the lipstick. Huh, TSC. Who knew?
Shop now at tsc.ca. CFFR AM.
A Rogers radio station.
660 News Radio Calgary. Number one for breaking news. News Radio.
I'm Ridley Wilson. Here's what's making news right now.
Some long weekend camping plans in Alberta may be called off due to a wildfire northwest of Calgary.
A new bitumen pipeline's coming to the west coast soon. We're hearing reaction in both Alberta and BC.
What will happen to all that money? We asked that question in the wake of a multi-million-dollar out-of-court settlement related to the North Shore wastewater treatment scope.
Yeah, she really got a heavy Canadian accent, doesn't she?
Well, there's plenty to look forward to in Alberta and BC. There's also some service issues.
She has a heavy accent, doesn't she?
Just like in the National Hockey League, the Western Conference Finals matchup has been set.
She got a heavy Alberta Canadian
leaderboard going into the
accent.
weekend. Sports at 15.
All that and more for you in 60 seconds.
From the 660 News Traffic Center, I'm Rob Priest. Starting in the northwest on 10th Street up by Memorial Drive, due to ongoing pavement and concrete rehab, the left lane is going to be closed off with delays in this area, and this will last until June 30th. But elsewhere in the north on 8th Avenue up by Center Street, due to ongoing water main emergency maintenance, the southbound right lane is going to be closed, as well as the westbound road, and this will last until 9 p.m. But finishing things off in the southeast on Blackfoot Trail up by Southland Drive, due to ongoing roadway redevelopment, the south and northbound left lanes are going to be closed with speeds reduced to 250 kilometers, and this will last until May 18th. But if you see a problem, give us a call at 403-291-0066. And now it is time for the forecast from Environment Canada. Right now it is a low of 0 with a 30% chance of showers. Later today it'll get up to a high of 2 with periods of wet snow and rain, and Sunday is going to bring it up to a high of 11 with sunny conditions. More traffic and weather.
Wet snow in May. Oh,
Begin in Alberta, where some camping plans for a May long weekend may be canceled due to a wildfire burning northwest of Calgary. Our Mike Gazzola is reporting from Alberta wildfire.
The fire started Thursday afternoon in the Rocky Mountain House Forest area, about 30 kilometers away from Sundre. The blaze eventually grew to over 1,000 hectares in size due to strong winds. Crews remain on scene over the long weekend with helicopter and air tanker support, as well as the use of some high-end technology like night vision. Alberta Wildfire Information Officer Alana McLean says locals are being warned to avoid that area.
The area is beautiful and it's very popular for random camping. There's a lot of campgrounds in the area. So we're certainly asking people to keep their distance and consider alternative plans.
McLean adds some residents nearby may also see water bombing planes flying low to scoop up water from lakes and other sources. The RCMP says some nearby highways are also closed off. It's still unknown how the blaze started. I'm Mike Gazzola.
A scary situation on Friday morning in Vancouver's West End. Our Dean Rex Siebler reports the VPD says several people were hurt, including a senior who had been riding a motorized scooter after a Jeep went careening through Nelson Park and then along the sidewalk in the area of Comox and Broughton Streets.
The wreckage was everywhere. Trees down, signs damaged, and the human toll? The senior rushed to the hospital with serious injuries, and 2 Vancouver police officers hurt when the Jeep ran into their cruiser, ending the chaos.
To have a car that's barreling down the street this way,
running the gauntlet tonight, baby.
Striking objects, attempting, or I'll say narrowly missing pedestrians, that's very disturbing.
That's Constable Darren Wong, who says one man is under arrest. Councillor Lucy Maloney lives in the area and says it could have been...
Alexa, pause. Have you ever had these things? Oh my God, these things they're super hot. So these are the Pringles hot ones. Verde. So salsa verde, los calientes. These things are hot. I only can eat 1 or 2 chips at a time. And then I have to wash it down, of course, with the beer or whatever. And then I have to wait a while and eat another chip or 2. There's no way you can have like 5 of these in a row. There's no way. I can't do it. I tried it. Yeah. So I only have 1 or 2 chips, and then I have to wash it down. And my mouth is on fire at that point. Alexa, resume.
Welcome to TuneIn. New York Presbyterian
And I have one
provides
right
expert
now.
care wherever you are, with over 100 locations across Westchester, including New York Presbyterian.
There's the way it
New York,
looks.
a state-of-the-art center for advanced
It's like
healthcare.
green. It has some green salsa verde.
Are leaders in their fields, bringing their
You know the green
expertise to every
sauce?
patient visit, from annual exams.
I'm gonna
to
have one.
specialized care.
Oh boy.
It's unparalleled convenience, so that wherever you live in Westchester, you and your family get expert care. New York Presbyterian. Book an appointment at nyp.org. Restrictions apply. Support for this podcast comes from Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. We've all made mistakes on the water, but there's one mistake you shouldn't make. Being
Oh my
uninsured.
God.
With Progressive Boat Insurance, you can choose coverage for most mistakes you or other boaters could
Oh
make.
my God,
Like
I
a
have
new
to wash
float
it down with
care
this
free
guy.
Season long.
I had to wash it down with this guy.
Progressive
Oh my
Insurance
God, that
Company
thing is
and
hot.
affiliates. #1 rating based on 2024
Woo-wee.
filings with state departments of insurance.
Oh
Welcome
my God.
to TuneIn.
Look at this one.
Lori Williams, the province's pipeline plans are seeing a shadow
Ooh.
cast upon them by the separatism movement in Alberta.
Diminished confidence and willingness to invest. It's maybe too investors skittish.
I'm Darren Rathwell.
Reaction also coming quickly in BC over the announcement on the pipeline plans. Premier David Eby is among those unimpressed, saying the feds are rewarding bad behavior. UBC political science lecturer Stuart Prest also weighed in.
The province of Alberta has made a real fuss about not wanting to go along with the energy and environmental plans of previous governments. And now we see the federal government basically willing to give Alberta a different price on industrial carbon than any other province in the Federation.
The coastal First Nations are dead set against
Let me
it.
have the pizza
The group
one.
said on Friday, MOU does nothing.
Let me have the
to increase
pizza
the
one.
uses of a pipeline and oil tanker route.
Because that thing is on fire in my mouth right now.
Residents of the North Shore are not about to get an immediate tax break now that a contractor linked to the North Shore wastewater treatment plant and Metro Vancouver have agreed to an out-of-court settlement worth $235 million. Renee Bernard explains.
North Shore residents are facing tax increases
There's
amounting
a pizza
to hundreds
sauce.
of dollars a year thanks to cost overruns of the
These are
project.
delicious, too.
However, North Vancouver District Mayor Mike Little admits the settlement won't go towards any tax relief for now.
At this point, it goes back into the budget for the project. We'll have to have a future discussion with the region about other mechanisms to provide relief to the North Shore. But at this point, that's a future budget discussion.
Little continues to highlight
Those hot ones, I only can have 1 or 2 at a time. That's it. I got to take a while. There's no way you can eat the whole can in one day. There's no way. I want to. If you could do it, you let me know. There's no way I could do it.
Originally pegged to cost $700 million.
I had that can for a week now.
Close to $4 billion. I'm Renee Bernard.
I ate a few.
2 men who were found guilty of wrongdoing have been stripped.
1 or 2 at a time. Then I had to wash it down.
The country's highest.
There's no way you can eat like 10 in a row, though. No way.
Worker Peter Dahl
It gets progressively hot.
Kids International and was named a member of the
Oh
Order
my
of Canada
God.
in 2016. He was
Oh
convicted
my
of
God, my
sexually
nose is
abusing
itching
2
now.
boys in Nepal in
Ugh.
2019. Former SNC
Oh my
Lavalin president and CEO Jacques Lamar was made the Order of Canada in 2005.
Wow.
He was found guilty of corruption and collusion earlier this year for offenses that included payments made to the
Oh my God, I
family
think I
of
sniffed
Libyan
it.
dictator Muammar Gaddafi. A notice in the
God, let me drink the
Canada
beer.
Gazette today says Governor General Mary Simon signed off on the terminations on April 15th.
Oh my God.
Lisa Laporte, the Canadian Press.
Nah, that's it for me for that
The
shit
province of
tonight.
Alberta
That's it.
issued
No
a
more of
measles
that
alert
shit.
for Calgary. Those who were at the
Hell
Shaughnessy
no.
Super
I'm
8
done.
Hotel
I'm done with
and
that
public
shit.
areas of the main floor may have been exposed. It
Oh
was
my God,
during
let me
the
wash my
afternoon and
hands.
evening of the 7th and 8th,
I gotta wash
and
my
the
hands,
morning
too.
on the afternoon of the 9th and 10th. Anyone who was at the location during those times is being warned to watch for symptoms. If you do see them, you're asked to call the measles hotline before visiting any healthcare facility. It is a long weekend, which means staffing levels are a challenge at BC hospitals. The ERs at Lillooet's Hospital and South Okanagan General in Oliver are both affected. The emergency department in Lillooet will be closed for around 24 hours from this morning until Sunday morning. People who need emergency care will have to travel to Royal Inland Hospital in Kamloops, which is 2 hours away. Residents of Oliver will be out of luck until 7 this morning. Anyone seeking critical care will have to get it in Penticton, a half hour away. While Interior Health is not saying what the reasons for the temporary closure are, in the past they've been because of staffing shortages. It is a May-long tradition. The Distinguished Gentleman's Ride returns this Sunday to raise awareness and money for Movember. More than 200 dapper dressed
That shit got me teary-eyed, yo. Oh my God, yo.
Good cause. Eric Hendricks is a longtime participant, having raised more than $100,000 himself.
I feel like I can always do more, so I will just continue to strive.
Oh
to do
my
as much
God,
as
those
I
things are
possibly
hot,
can.
bro.
Motorcycles and the motorcycle community
Holy
have given me so much over the years, from camaraderie to friendship
Wow.
to like these great bonds.
The Vancouver ride will start 9 a.m. Sunday at the City Center.
Yo, I just need to wash down with another beer, bro.
Motor Hotel.
Yeah,
to find out. 60 seconds, got your traffic and weather.
Oh my God, I think it's fire, bro.
It's getting late. Maybe we should head out.
What? No, I drove. I'm not ready yet.
Oh my God.
I don't think you should be driving.
That shit cleared up my sinuses, yo.
Fine getting home.
It might be fine, but what about the other people on the road? Come on, I'll drive.
You're such a buzz.
Anyway, this is what I'm talking about. So,
Into oncoming traffic on the highway late last night. Alcohol is thought
Brought to you by the Association
hot
of
ones.
Distillers and this station. Please.
Cause you know there's a video they're on YouTube though. You know there's the people that interview celebrities and they keep eating the wings and they get hotter and hotter. So this is like one of the hottest sauce. Oh my God, this thing cleared up my sinuses, yo. Oh God. Oh shit, yo.
Coverage begins with Hockey Central tonight,
Ooh.
7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific.
The back of my throat is on fire right now. Oh my God, yo.
From the 660 News Traffic Center, I'm Rob Priest. Starting in the northwest on Nose Hill Drive up by Stony Trail. Due to ongoing bridge washing, the west and eastbound right and left lanes are going to be closed.
Alexa, play 1010 Wins.
1010 Wins from Danny's Odyssey. There's never been a better time to get outside and experience the benefits of nature. Discover nearby trails and explore the outdoors with All Trails. Download the free app today and find your outside.
Continues. Mayor Mamdani would like to meet with Ken Griffin. A member of his team has reached out.
Hear honest reflection, critique, and not put any precondition on the nature of that conversation.
The mayor characterized it in line with discussions he's had with other business leaders, but his honor knows the backlash from the video he made outside Griffin's luxury building promoting the pied-à-terre tax. Griffin called it out and said he'd call off jobs and projects here in New York. Asked if he senses Griffin wants to hear an apology.
Yeah, we reached out to set up a meeting and still waiting to hear.
And we reached out to Griffin's spokesperson. Julia Papa 1010 Wins on 92.
Yo, bro, I had a fart, bro. Sorry, yo. You heard that fart?
Did release a statement saying he's not looking for an apology, adding Ken cares deeply about New York City and welcomes thoughtful, serious conversations about the policies that can grow the city's economy and create more opportunity for all New Yorkers. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty in the murder of 2 staff members of the Israeli embassy outside a Jewish museum in Washington. Yaron Alashinsky and Sarah Milgram were shot and killed last May. The suspect, Elias Rodriguez, is facing federal hate crime and murder charges. Major layoffs are coming for a company.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I'm not buying them no more. I'm gonna finish it, but I ain't buying that shit no more. I wanted to try it. That's it.
Chicago and Dallas. The Seattle-based coffee chain says its cafe employees are not impacted by
the limited
layoffs,
edition,
which now total around 2,300 since early 2025.
They want to sale.
Brian Nichols' turnaround plans since he took over in late 2024. Starbucks recently announced it's going to open a $100 million corporate office in Nashville, which will house around 2,000 employees.
I had to pick up that hot one. I want to try it.
Brooks. It is a major concern for parents, their children's screen time.
Parents across the country worried about too much screen time in schools are lobbying educators to go back to pencils and paper. Hundreds have signed a petition in Pennsylvania's Lower Marion Township School District near Philadelphia to allow parents to opt out of digital devices for their kids. School board members say it's not feasible.
Alexa, pause. Yeah, that's not happening. My son comes home with a tablet every day. He has an iPad. He's expected to bring it to school every day. And that's what he has now. And I know here in Yonkers, after the 5th grade, all the way through high school, they got to have a tablet. That's part of the curriculum. So they have a tablet. It's, he's responsible for every night to fully charge it before he comes to school the next day. And in that tablet, everything is assigned to him. Everything is in that tablet. It's like a portal. And they have all the stuff there he needs to go. His homework, some of the assignments, is everything in that tablet. They barely write anything on the notebook now. Everything is on a tablet. Yeah. It's like, So yeah, you forget about that. But we had to write penmanship. Remember penmanship? You had to learn how to write penmanship. Remember all that stuff? No, they don't have to do all that stuff anymore. They don't have to write penmanship. There's no penmanship in school. When he was in pre-K, kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade, he had to learn how to write. Yeah. Once he got to about the 4th grade, they don't write much anymore. Because they told us that once he gets into junior high school and high school, then they're not going to do much writing. Everything is on a computer, on a tablet, on a computer. That's it. That's it. He's responsible for that tablet, and that's it. That's it. That's what he has. And his backpack. He has to put the tablet every morning when I take him to school. I have to make sure the tablet is fully charged and put it in his backpack, his book bag. So this stuff about writing, them times are over. Alexa, resume. Okay, Alexa's acting up right now. Alexa, resume. Okay. Alexa, play 10-10 wins.
10-10 wins from Danny's Odyssey. I'm having trouble playing that right now.
You just ate, so you're craving something.
Oh, you're playing it.
Besides, one cookie isn't going to kill you.
Jesus Christ.
Have I half? Just a bite? Bite it.
All right.
Bite it.
Food noise isn't fair, but Mochi Health is. Your affordable GLP-1 source that puts you on a path to successful weight loss by quieting food noise.
Bite it.
Learn more at joinmochi.com. Mochi members have access to licensed physicians and nutritionists. Results may vary.
Explore Europe the striped way with Condor Airlines. Fly non-stop to Frankfurt and connect seamlessly across Europe. From Venice to Barcelona to Budapest, your vacation begins the moment you step on board. With spacious cabins and relaxing service, Condor is celebrating...
Alexa, play Bloomberg 1130.
Bloomberg, New York from Danny's Tune-In.
Welcome to Tune-In.
Hi, this is Stu Leonard. I'm in our butcher shop. We're grinding fresh beef every single day. We're making jumbo 6-ounce beef patties for only $5.99 a pound. That's the lowest price in town, and we'll sell thousands every single week. Now, if you want to kick it up a notch, you got to try Stu's famous award-winning
next week we'll go to Stu Leonard
and ribeye burgers.
Back up a little steaks
Grab an
for next
extra stack
weekend.
of napkins and have a great summer.
I'll probably do a live stream on the while I'm grilling.
Don't happen in your living room. They happen.
I'm thinking about doing a live stream while I'm grilling.
Water or parked under the stars.
At Progressive,
So
they get
either I'll do either
not worry about the
I'll
what ifs.
if I
That's
can
why
get the
they offer
USB
quality
cable at
insurance
least to a
designed
point
for
where
your
I can
ride,
point the
whether
camera
that's
at the
a boat,
grill.
RV, or motorcycle.
Because it's gonna be a little short, or
and see how easy it is to protect your
I have to
favorite
do it
way
with
to
the
get
phone.
away. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available
Man, I have to
in
do it with the
DC.
phone.
Prices
But
vary
maybe what
based
I'll do
on
is I'll
how you
hook up
buy.
the phone to
China relationship back quite badly, and as you know, before that,
Alexa, volume 1. Maybe what I'll do is I'll hook up the Osmo Pocket Cam with the phone. So I'll be streaming with the Osmo. Because I could do that too. I could connect the Osmo. I could connect the Pocket Cam to the phone. And then I could use the phone as a big screen to just, and then the Osmo will take over the camera. Because you can stream with the Osmo, but you got to hook it up to the phone. To the USB door, to the USB port. So that's how that works. And then what happens is you'll see the Osmo camera, and then you'll see a little circle with my face on it for the So you'll see like the video. It'll look like OBS basically with Osmo. So I seen the video on that. So I may do a stream like that from outside. I'll use the Osmo camera, but the Wi-Fi is gonna be the phone, obviously, because the Osmo doesn't have Wi-Fi. So it looks pretty cool though. The stream, I've seen the streams for it. It looks pretty cool. The only problem is the Osmo is that I don't have a way of my own. Well, I can mount it on a tripod. I just gotta mount the phone, a smartphone, on the tripod. Then the Osmo is gonna be on the side. The only thing I don't like about that is that everything's tied up on the USB connector, and it's gonna hold all the. Well, it's not that heavy. The Osmo is very tiny. It's a very tiny camera. All right, and you know what? Let me bring it over here. I'll show you. You'll get it.
Never miss an end-to-end tic-tac-toe top shelf snipe. Never miss a downtown buzzer beater for the championship win. Get your favorite streaming apps included at no extra cost with Live TV. It's one plan, one price, one place for all your sports. The details.
Yeah, so the Osmo. Here you go. There's the Osmo with the carrying. There's the carrying case with the Osmo. Let me bring it out here a little bit like that. You see the Osmo? It's very small. You take it out the carrying case. It's just a carrying case. So this is the camera itself. This is the camera itself right here, the little Osmo. And then what you do is you press here and power it up. There you go. Power it up, see? DJI, and there you go. That's it. So this is the camera. This little thing, it's a 4K camera. And it has a gimbal. Okay? So here, you see here, there's a little dummy. You take that out and you put a USB connector right there. And you connect this to your phone. This is your smartphone. You connect it like that. And then you could be able to stream with the Osmo with the camera, with the smartphone. Okay? It's a USB that you put in here. It sticks out and you plug it in like that. That's all. So that's how that works, okay? So there you go. And when you want a selfie, you just press 3 times. And it points to you, see? Okay? And press 3 times again, it goes back. It's pretty cool. It has a gimbal, but keeps it stable. You see? It's always moving. Keeps it stable. All right? So that's how that works. Let me power it off. There you go. Let me put it back in the case. Let me put it back in the case. Okay, put it back in the case. There you go. See? All right. So maybe I'll try to stream with the Osmo hooked up to this phone right here. You know, it'll probably be, well, I don't know about the Wi-Fi. Let me see. It'll be Wi-Fi or 5G. I don't know. Alexa, volume 4.
Everything else.
Alexa, stop. I don't want to hear no music. Paul, 4454. Bro, what country is this? This is the United States. I'm in the US of A. Are you talking about the radio? That was 1010 wins. Alexa, play CJOB.
CJOB from Danny's TuneIn.
Welcome to TuneIn.
Alexa, volume 5.
America's #1 boat insurer. We've all made mistakes on the water, but there's one mistake you shouldn't make: being uninsured. With Progressive Boat Insurance, you can choose coverage for most mistakes you or other boaters could make, helping you float carefree.
So, like I said, I'm learning the Osmo. It has some bells and whistles on it.
#1 rating based on 2024 filings with state departments of insurance.
And then, it is a good camera. It is the one that a lot of travel vloggers use.
Extra careful when I make a wide turn.
So, of course, the newer ones now have the Wi-Fi built in and all that Bluetooth, some other stuff built in, and they have more bells and whistles. So the one I have is the original one, but it still works well in 2026. It's still a good 4K camera, especially if you're looking for something with a gimbal.
To tune in.
As a matter of fact, even that camera that I just showed you, the latest iPhone Pro, it'll still beat it because of the tracking.
There are claims that
and the gimbal itself. The latest iPhone Pro can do some image stabilization. It's pretty good too.
Is alleged to have been given songs written by songwriters in Hollywood.
But the tracking, I believe it can only go 110 degrees.
This is a song that
this one can go to 180 degrees, I believe. It can go. Yeah, the tracking I think goes 180 degrees. Which is the latest iPhone, I think is 110, because obviously the lens inside the phone can only move so much. It's not like on a swivel. so yeah. So this camera, even when it was on sale in 2018, it was $350 list price. I bought this camera for $130 last week. And can still beat the latest iPhone in terms of the camera. So if you want the same thing on a smartphone, you will have to buy the latest iPhone. And you still won't beat that camera that I just showed you. You'll come close, but you won't beat it. Maybe the only thing you'll beat on it is the 8K. Because this camera does not have 8K. The latest one has 8K, of course, so that's probably the only thing, the 8K. 8K video quality, 8K video, that's all. But, that's the only thing. So there you go. Alexa, stop. I guess CJOB is playing music right now. I don't know what's going on. Why did I let the music play? Now I'm going to get hit with a copyright notice. Alexa, play CFFR Calgary.
News Radio Calgary from Danny's TuneIn.
Welcome to TuneIn.
Support for this podcast comes from Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. We've all made.
Anyway, I got to charge this radio. I got to charge the battery in this radio. I think it's it's still ran full. It still ran, but I'm going to charge it tonight.
You or other boaters could make, helping you float carefree all season long.
So,
quote today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. #1 rating based on 2024 filings with state departments of insurance.
How do products get from factories to your front door? That's supply chain. Start your career in this fast-growing field with a WGU School of Business degree.
Of course, this thing right here.
WGU.edu.
I'm getting ready to shoot the video on this thing.
Foot pain. Therapy from Laser Health Solutions can help you find relief.
So I'm gonna shoot the video on this thing probably in the next over the weekend. I've been playing around with it. It's pretty cool.
Foot pain shrink your world. Fix the pain. Live your
So they have several modes. They have the free input, the CW practice, the listen test, and they have the code view.
Quality Transmission now offers on-the-spot financing.
I'll make a video on that. And then I'll probably do the review on the mini TEF6686. And then I'll probably do the next video. Will be after that will be the review on this radio. The full review on this radio.
Visit them at qualitytransmission.com and 5100 Hamilton Road Southeast.
There is a couple of things on this radio that are kind of annoying me a little bit.
Number 1 for breaking news.
Compared to the original, the TEF6686 radio, the one that's in the other room,
wildfire continues to burn over the long weekend, disrupting travel and
the aluminum alloy one or the metal alloy one, whatever you want to call it.
Environmental advocates in
The silver one.
not happy about a new bitumen pipeline that's
This one does have a few things that are kind of a little bit annoying, but
residents of Vancouver's North Shore might be wondering if
in terms of performance, I think they're all the same.
wastewater treatment debacle
All three radios are the
on
same
their rising property fees.
because they all have the same chip.
The long weekend is here, and so are a bunch of problems at two
So-
BC hospitals. All the closures you need to know just a few moments away.
The NBA's Western Conference Final will boast the defending champion OKC Thunder against the San Antonio Spurs, Colorado, and Vegas in the NHL's version, of course. But can the Canadians get to the Eastern Conference Final Saturday night? Sports at 45.
All that and more for you in 60 seconds.
From the 660 News Traffic Center, I'm Rob Priest. Starting in the northwest on 10th Street up by Memorial Drive, due to ongoing pavement and concrete rehab, the left lane is going to be closed off with delays in this area, and this will last until June 30th. But elsewhere in the north on 8th Avenue up by Center Street, due to ongoing water main emergency maintenance, the southbound right lane is going to be closed, as well as the westbound road, and this will last until 9 p.m. But finishing things off in the southeast on Blackfoot Trail up by Southland Drive, due to ongoing roadway redevelopment, the south and left lanes are going to be closed with speeds reduced to 250 kilometers, and this will last until May 18th. But if you see a problem, give us a call at 403-291-0066. And now it is time for the forecast from Environment Canada. Right now it is a low of 0 with a 30% chance of showers. Later today it'll get up to a high of 2 with periods of wet snow and rain, and Sunday is going to bring it up to a high of 11 with.
So you can select what kind of key type you want on it.
Let's begin in Alberta, where some May-long camping plans.
So if you want the straight one, is that one? You just pick it. And you have the auto pad, and you have the other one.
The blaze sparked up Thursday afternoon in the Rocky Mountain House Forest
I'll
area,
put it
about 30
straight
kilometers
one.
from Sundre.
And then you pick whatever.
Alberta wildfires say nearby highways expected to be closed over the long weekend.
You got CW practice. You got the listen test.
Information officer Alana McLean
Yeah, all
says
this stuff
close
here.
to lakes and bodies
Yeah,
of water may be
options.
seeing some low-flying planes.
So,
And even though we're asking people to avoid those areas,
for example, let's do the listen test. Alexa, pause. So they got the listen test. So you press enter right here. See? Okay, so you got that. Okay, so you got that, and then you got the just the code view. So you press enter. So you can look at it here. And you press enter. Oh, this one you just go look at the code like that. Okay, so that one is just that. Then you have also. Of course, you can use the. Let me show you. Like the free input. No, there's actually this is the free input, right? Let's see, enter. Enter is this one. So free input, you could just go ahead and start. You see? If I press and hold it, you see? You see? You see? So by me hitting this key, I'm actually doing the, although you can also put the, you see right here? See the pH? You can also put your own key. So I can put my straight key, connect the straight key that I can use that instead of this. I don't have to use this. So like, for example, see? Okay. So you could do that. You could practice like that, or you could do it with the key here. Then you have like GW practice. And then that one you just let me see. It gives you the letter Z, so I have to try to type that in, which I don't have no idea what the hell it is. So I don't know. Somebody tell me real quick what the hell that is. No, see, it was I typed X. No, again, I typed the same thing. No, see, I keep typing the same thing. Anyway, that's how you do that one. And of course, that's a listen test. This is the let me see. So you have to kind of like it has some other games in it. It has a couple other games in it. So there you go. All right, so I'm gonna go over that real quick. I'm gonna make a video on that, and I bought that about a year ago. Of course, that one I'm gonna hook it up with the keyer. I have a keyer. Hook it up. I'll use the keyer instead. I don't like the little button on the keyboard. You don't need the keyer. You can just use the button. But I did buy a straight keyer for it, so I'll use that. I think I paid like $35 for it when I bought it. I bought it from AliExpress. So that's something you could like practice when you're on the road. Like when I was, like when I was on the train going to Florida, I could have practiced a little here and there with that. That would have been kind of cool. So you could do that. It's kind of cool. Yeah. Alexa, play CFFR Calgary.
News Radio Calgary from Danny's TuneIn.
Welcome to TuneIn.
You're a worker, a planner, a time zone spanner,
Let me have a pizza
dreamer, a darer, a story sharer. You're a reader, a
Pizza
writer,
chip.
an up all-nighter, a multitasker, and a question asker. Excelsior University is online education designed for people like you, people who do everything. Visit excelsior.edu.
Welcome to TuneIn.
The province says the 3 high-risk travelers, 2 who were on the cruise and 1 who was on the same flight as a person who has since died of hantavirus, will stay in strict isolation regardless of the result. But the 7 low-risk contacts...
Here we go. They're preparing us for, you know what?
5-day isolation.
Another coronavirus. Here we go with the hantavirus.
Will continue. This is
Alexa, volume up.
By Ontario Health Minister Sylvia Jones about the effectiveness of testing asymptomatic people for hantavirus.
It may not be the best way to monitor.
Jones said the guidance from the province's top doctor was that it wasn't appropriate at the time. Brenda Molina Navidad, The Canadian Press.
A measles alert is out for Calgary, the province saying some people may have been exposed. It was in the public area and main floor of the Shaughnessy Super 8 Hotel in the southeast. Those who were there in the afternoon or evening on May 7th and 8th, as well as the morning of May 9th to 10th, may have been exposed. If you were there, you're asked to look for symptoms. If you think you're affected, you're advised to call the measles hotline before visiting any health facility. The emergency departments at Lillooet Hospital and South Okanagan Hospital will be closed for a period of time this long weekend. The temporary shutdown in Lillooet will last from 7 a.m. today until 8 a.m. Sunday. Patients are being told to head to Royal Inland Hospital in Kamloops, which is around 2 hours away. The ER is currently closed at South Okanagan, which will reopen at 7 in the morning. Interior Health isn't saying what the reasons for closure are. Hundreds of motorcyclists will be riding around Vancouver this weekend as part of the 15th annual Distinguished Gentleman's Ride. They're raising money for Movember, the annual mustache-growing fundraiser for prostate cancer research and men's mental health. Eric Hendricks is a longtime participant.
It's the funnest ride. Everyone gets dressed up dapper. They ride on classic-style motorcycles. It's sort of a parade in downtown in over 1,100 cities around the world. It's a great ride everywhere. It's a great ride in Vancouver.
The Vancouver ride will start at 9 a.m. on Sunday at the City Center Artist Lodge, formerly the City Center Motor Hotel in Mount Pleasant. You can head to gentlemansride.com to find out more. The Victoria Day long weekend has arrived, and for many in Calgary, it's the unofficial start for summer. With some family-friendly activities in the city, here's our Todd Kaufman.
Victoria Day lands on a Monday, which means a number of services will be closed or operating on reduced hours. Banks, post offices, and libraries included. And Calgary Transit moves to a holiday schedule for the day on Monday. But there's no
these are very good
around the city this long weekend. Callaway
oh my God, these are so delicious.
Season with rides, treats, and live shows. Otafest takes over the TELUS Convention Center through Sunday, featuring cosplay, panels, and Japanese pop culture. And just south of the city, Granary Road will be hosting its Kite Fest all weekend with plenty of sky-filling color. I'm Todd Kaufman.
60 seconds of traffic and weather.
It's Gord Gillies for Home Instead. Don't assume a retirement community is your best solution. You have options when it comes to care for your elderly loved ones. And if you ask your parents what they want when they get older, it shouldn't be a surprise when they say, we just want to stay at home. Whether your parents are just beginning to need care or have higher needs, they can stay where they want to be, at home. Choose Home Instead as your care partner. Visit homeinsteadcalgary.com.
Tonight, here we go again. A huge Game 6 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Montreal's offense erupted in Game 5. Here's first playoff goal. Putting the Canadiens in front with a 3-2 series edge. Now they're back in their own building. One win from advancing and securing a place in the conference final. What a moment that must be. What a series it's been. You just have to watch the Stanley Cup playoffs. Coverage begins with Hockey Central tonight at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific on Sportsnet.
From the 660 News Traffic Center, I'm Rob Priest. Starting in the northwest on Nose Hill Drive up by Stony Trail, due to ongoing bridge washing, the west and eastbound right and left lanes are going to be closed off, and this will last until 6 a.m. But elsewhere in the northwest on 16th Avenue up by 44th Street, due to ongoing feeder main construction, the eastbound roadway is going to be fully closed off, and this will last until May 27th. But finishing things off in the southeast on Bannister Road up by Shawnee Drive, due to ongoing bridge rehab, there's going to be temporary reduced bridge clearance with barriers in place, and this will last until August 18th. But if you see a problem, issue, or concern that you want to let us know about, give us a call at 403-291-0066. And now it is time for the forecast from Environment Canada. Right now it is a low of 0 with a 30% chance of showers. Later today it'll get up to a high of 2 with periods of wet snow and rain. And Sunday's going to bring it up to a high of 11 with sunny conditions. More traffic and weather in 10 minutes.
News Radio, Vancouver and Calgary.
1242 in Vancouver and 142 in Calgary. Let's check out your weather right now. In Victoria, it's around 9, a little cloudy outside. Also cloudy in Vancouver, where it is 8. Prince George, it is 4. It is cloudy. Calgary, it is 8 and cloudy. And in Edmonton, it is 3. For your hot spots and cold spots, the hottest spot is in Ontario at Welcome Island, where it is 18. And the coldest spot is in Nunavut at Resolute Airport, where it is minus 15. 60 seconds, got your top stories, as well as your sports.
Wednesday on HGTV.
We're Colin and Justin, home and design experts with plenty of unfiltered advice.
Watch all new episodes featuring HGTV's dynamic duo.
So it's minus 15 and none of it.
Over in a small town.
Well, we did it, and it was the best move
none of it.
ever made.
That's way up there in the Arctic Circle.
There, perfect small town escape.
The only mistake is waiting too
That's
long.
way up there
in
Canada.
With Colin and Justin, all new.
My
Wednesday,
God, it's still cold up there.
On HGTV.
Hi, it's Alicia from New Wave Floors and Interiors. If there's one constant in home design, it's change. New Wave Floors is always adapting our family-run showroom, and we're excited to show you all the new designs and trends. We have it all, from wallpaper to accent walls, ceramic tile, and more. And our in-house designers can help you put it all together. It's all part of our 50-plus year commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Find out more at newwavefloors.com.
Business grows.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. News Radio.
Good morning. I'm Ridley Wilson. Here's what's making news right now.
3 people rushed to the hospital, damage everywhere, and a man under arrest after a Jeep careens through Vancouver's West End.
An agreement on a new West Coast pipeline has been signed by Alberta's Premier and the Prime Minister. Critics have been vocal, but the project could start in 2027. And after sports,
a man has been charged with several firearm-related offenses in Surrey following a shooting at a home that had a toddler inside.
Time for sports. From Sportsnet Radio, here is Marcus Fitzgerald.
Anticipation building in Montreal as the young Canadians look to vault their way into the Eastern Conference Final with a win over the Buffalo Sabres. Game 6 Saturday evening on Sportsnet. The Sabres pushed to the brink after a home ice loss to the Habs on Thursday that was led by Nick Suzuki. He had 3 points and was impressive in that game. If the Habs don't get it done Saturday, they'll have one more chance on Monday in Game 7, but on the road, of course, in Buffalo. The Hurricanes are waiting. Avalanche and the Golden Knights will get going in a few days, and you'll be able to follow all the action on Sportsnet. In the NBA playoffs, we have one Game 7 this weekend. That's coming Sunday in Detroit. The top-seeded Pistons in the East forced that Game 7 with a 115-94 win over the Cavaliers in Cleveland, no less. Waiting on those two teams, the New York Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. The West Series has been set. San Antonio blew out the Minnesota Timberwolves 139-109. Stephon Castle, 32 points. It will be the Spurs and the Thunder in that series. A great rivalry already this season. It should be spectacular. Of course, Canadian superstar Shai Gilgeous-Alexander leading the way for the Thunder, the defending NBA champs. On the links to the PGA Championship, Canadians to watch: Nick Taylor, Corey Connors, Taylor Pendrith made the cut. Taylor and Connors are both 5 shots off the pace. Alex Smalley, Maverick McNeely share the lead at -4. Scotty Scheffler's 2 off the pace. Baseball, the Blue Jays will give the ball to Dylan Cease on Saturday as the series continues with the Tigers. The Blue Jays were walked off in Detroit Friday. The Mariners dropped one to the Padres 2-0. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour anytime. Sports.
Now streaming on Paramount Plus. Beth and Rip are back in Dutton Ranch.
This life here is gonna work, isn't it?
We'll make it work. Starring Kelly Riley.
A legacy is a beautiful thing, but only if it survives.
Cole Hauser.
What's gonna work?
Ed Harris.
Family is the only thing we're fighting for.
And Annette Bening.
I can make this a lot harder for all y'all. In peace, alive, boy.
Dutton Ranch. New series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
Stop hoping, praying, and wishing that your car will make it from point A to B. Quality Transmission now offers on-the-spot financing, so you can get repairs today and pay later. Everyone's approved. No credit checks required, no down payment. Get approved online at qualitytransmission.com. And they're not just transmission specialists. Service,
Alexa, play KNX Los Angeles.
KNX News from Danny's Odyssey.
Let's check in on the CERTA counting sheep.
Why aren't we counting anymore?
Well, the all-new CERTA Perfect Sleeper has the Q4 support system that helps relieve aches and back pain.
We'll never get counted again.
Nope.
Save this Memorial Day. Shop at a retailer near you. Let's check in on the CERTA counting sheep.
Hey, Uncle Number One, why aren't we counting anymore?
Long ago, CERTA invented the Perfect Sleeper mattress.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. It says the all-new CERTA Perfect Sleeper with the Q4 support system has 4-in-1 perfectly interlinked coils that help relieve aches and back pain for perfect sleep.
Sorry.
No.
Oh, my God.
We'll never get counted again.
Nope.
CERTA, we make the world's best mattress.
This Memorial Day, save on CERTA Perfect Sleeper X at a retailer near you.
Tiffany, what's from?
Things in Southern California, I'd say very typical backed up traffic right now because of construction as you head through Whittier. That's the 605 northbound from Santa Fe Springs getting into Whittier. That's where you're seeing some of those delays. Well, unfortunately, as predicted, I expected things to really slow down in Glendora, and they have on the 210 eastbound just beyond Sunflower Avenue. Multiple vehicles involved. Somebody's hurt. And right now they've got all lanes temporarily stopped as they're bringing in an ambulance. So expect those delays. Again, this is the 210 eastbound near Sunflower Avenue. And if you can, exit at Grand. You can use Gladstone or 66 there to get through this crash and back on at Sunflower. Heading into the Bay Area, well, there is construction in San Francisco, and you may see the effects of it on 80 West, just as you get off the Bay Bridge into San Francisco, clearing up on 101 South right past Hospital Curve. 101 South past SFO looks great. No trouble at all on 101 North, not even through the construction in Foster City, San Mateo. And if you're heading into San Jose, looking good. 87, I know there is a plethora of construction on 87 between 280 and 85, but none of it will slow you down. With traffic, I'm Tiffany Whitstrom.
SoCal weather, gusty winds in the deserts and mountains with a red flag warning later today for the Antelope Valley. Expect low clouds and fog this morning to clear out by the afternoon when we'll see some sunshine. Expect slightly below normal temperatures. We're talking mostly 70s, 60s at the beaches. Strong winds along the coast and in the higher elevations of the Bay Area this morning. Not the best time to go to the beaches with hazardous conditions expected. Going to see sunny skies with cooler temperatures.
Explore Europe the striped way with Condor Airlines. Fly non-stop to Frankfurt and connect seamlessly across Europe. From Venice to Barcelona to Budapest, your vacation begins the moment you step on board. With spacious cabins and relaxing service, Condor is celebrating 70 years of passion in the skies. Visit condor.com to learn more.
Do you run an MVNO or dream of starting one? Are you concerned about complicated infrastructure and lack of support? As a leading mobility solutions provider, Helix Wireless offers simple, customized solutions with seamless connectivity. Helix Wireless empowers MVNOs to thrive in a competitive market and to accelerate the path to profitability. Curious about launching an MVNO or enhancing your current services? To learn more, visit helixwireless.co. Helix Wireless, a proud partner of WFAN.
The Boardwalk, new resort-style oceanfront condominiums in Long Beach. Go seaside to east side in under an hour. Enjoy Long Beach's vibrant lifestyle, from surfing to amazing restaurants and summer concerts. The Boardwalk offers private and valet parking, an oceanside heated pool, fitness studio, a co-working hub, indoor and outdoor lounges, and more. Each residence features a private balcony with views of the Atlantic Ocean. Luxurious 1 to 4 bedroom oceanfront residences begin at $875,000. Visit theboardwalklongbeach.com.
The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is designed to give you more of what matters. More passenger space and headroom for greater comfort. More cargo space, a lower lift-in height, and a standard power liftgate on every model. More connectivity with Google built-in integration, plus Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Balancing style, advanced technology, and craftsmanship. And a family-friendly SUV that delivers exceptional value. Get more with the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. The smart choice. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
Brian Goebel, it hasn't happened in more than a century, the launch of a medical school in the Bay Area. Jennifer Hodges reports from Santa Clara.
Sutter Health and Santa Clara University have teamed up to launch the Mark and Mary Stevens School of Medicine. The Stevens donated $175 million to make the project happen. Mary Stevens graduated from Santa Clara.
We have the ability to do it, and you have a duty to give back to the community that is given to you. And Sutter Health and Santa Clara have been in our lives for most all of it.
The 82,000 square foot facility is currently under construction 5 miles from the campus of Santa Clara University. It is expected to bridge a big gap in educating doctors. Dr. Lindsay Mazzotti is Chief Medical Officer for Medical Education and Science for Sutter Health.
We know that nationally there's a large physician workforce shortage, 100,000 physicians across the United States, and the state of California is also experiencing a very severe workforce shortage.
The annual Long Beach Pride Festival on Marina Green this weekend has been canceled at the last moment. That is because the organizers received a cease and desist notice from the city attorney saying she had not received the necessary documents needed for a special event permit. She says the city had not received assurances on the safety of everything from the festival stage to the electrical system to emergency exits. Long Beach Pride posted a reaction to the cancellation from its president, Tanya Martin.
This decision comes at a moment when LGBTQ plus people are facing escalated attacks from federal administration.
Alexa, stop. Shut up. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God. Alexa, Play Zoomer Radio.
Zoomer Radio from Danny's TuneIn.
Looking for her Romeo, or anyone who's generous with forehead kisses. A fan of bay windows, Juliet is equally fond of snuggles. Cats like Juliet win over the hearts of everyone at the Toronto Humane Society. Each week, Zoomer Radio features a profile and a photo of a different pet available for adoption. Our pet of the week is one of many animals like Juliet whose lives are forever changed. Visit zoomerradio.ca and click on Pet of the Week.
You're listening to Zoomer Radio CFZM on AM 740 Toronto, 96.7 FM in downtown Toronto, and on 96.3 HD2.
Alexa, play CKAT.
Trackers Radio from Danny's TuneIn.
Welcome to TuneIn. Premier hosts on Vervo deliver.
Alexa, stop. My God. What is wrong with her? Oh, my God. Sometimes I say something, she doesn't, translate it well, should I say. Okay, let me try something else. I don't know. I'll take a request. Anybody want to request a station? Go ahead. Post it. Post a station. Otherwise, I'm just going to randomly think of one. Actually, let me try Bahamas. Alexa, play ZNS1 Bahamas.
Sirens, Z1 Rens Radio from Danny's Spotify.
Okay. No. Alexa, stop. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh God. Anyway. Let's see. What station should I play next? I can't play music too much because these YouTube, man, they can shut down your stream over a song. Not the copyright notes, but they can really suspend your stream. I'm trying to go on for another maybe hour. I don't know. Anyway, okay, forget it. I'll Alexa, play 1010 Wins.
1010 Wins from Danny's Odyssey.
City streets or small towns, everyone deserves a clean, green community. We are Keep America Beautiful, the nonprofit working to end littering, improve recycling, and beautify communities. Let's do beautiful things. Visit KAB.org.
WINS FM in HD1 New York.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
AccuWeather says pleasant, warmer, lots of sunshine out there today and a nice afternoon breeze if you're out and about. The high 78 degrees. And then for tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, cooler, going back down to 67 degrees in the city. More people get their news from 1010 Winds than from any other radio station in the nation. Bill Pilato is at the editor's desk.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM, New York.
Good morning. It's 57 degrees at 4 o'clock on this Saturday, May 16th. I'm Suzanne Colucci. Here's what's happening. Long Island Railroad workers are on strike. No deal could be reached with the MTA. So now the nation's largest commuter rail line has ground to a halt. The strike is on, and this will impact 300,000 daily riders. There are contingency plans to get people to shuttles in Queens and then have them move on to the city, but it will have a crippling impact on Long Island. 2 people are dead. Others are hurt after a car jumped a curb. The driver allegedly impaired.
Long Island.
An Iraqi national has been charged with 18 terror attacks in Europe and a planned one on a synagogue here. After his summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping, President Trump says he has not made a decision about arms for Taiwan. Sports, Game 1 of the Subway Series goes to the Yankees. AccuWeather says for today, lots of sunshine, warmer, breezy in the afternoon, and the expected high is 78 degrees. Winds News Time 4:01. Let's get you where you need to go. Here's Liam Flynn.
Crawling at
the Yankees, baby.
On BQE from Tillery Street to the Brooklyn Bridge, only one lane getting by with construction work, and then on the outside.
Big dog in New York City, the Yankees.
Down to 39th Street. We
Not the Mets. The Mets are little brother.
On the Gowanus by 38.
Sorry, Mets.
With a couple of lanes out, but the delay not
Yankees are the big dog.
as the outbound side, and then the BQE in Queens all jammed up in between Queens Boulevard and
Big
the
dog.
LIE. Only one lane getting by with overnight construction work. Eastbound though, that earlier
27 World Series,
left lane
baby.
block is all gone. Here's what
Remember
we see
that.
on Long Island's Big 3 construction work eastbound on the northern state at South Oyster Bay Road. The exit ramp to 36S is closed, so use the LIE instead. You have more room to work with as well. Southern state looks good in either direction, and with the Long Island Railroad suspended until further notice, we will keep you posted on Long Island. And here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. Upper level of the George Washington Bridge, avoid it in both directions with construction work closing 2 lanes on the New York side. Lower level is better. Outbound Lincoln Tunnel with construction work on the Jersey side. Take the Holland Tunnel instead. It's moving a lot better. Liam Flynn, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
It has happened. Long Island Railroad workers are on strike. The midnight deadline came and went, but no deal could be reached between the unions and the MTA. So now the nation's busiest commuter rail line has ground to a halt. Kevin Sexton is the vice president of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen. He delivered the news early this morning.
Regrettably, as of 12:01 a.m. this morning, we are striking the Long Island Railroad. After 2 days of round-the-clock negotiations, the parties were unable to reach a deal.
The unions are blaming the MTA for the strike, saying at the 11th hour, management brought up health care contributions, which they say was never discussed at the table. Here's MTA head Jenna Lieber.
We met exactly what they said they wanted. So we don't think we're that far apart. I really want to be clear about that.
The workers were also asking for pay raises between 4.5% and 5%. About 3,500 workers are now on strike. The contingency plan includes shuttle buses that will be put into place for tens of thousands of commuters. Right now, there's no word on when talks will resume. As for that shuttle bus plan, Mayor Mamdani talking about it, saying in part, New York City's emergency management staff will be deployed to key shuttle bus hubs and drop-off locations in Queens where large crowds will be anticipated. Of course, the ramifications of a strike like this on the Long Island Railroad will be felt well beyond the people who just ride the rails.
No deal? Less foot traffic for businesses in the area, like Papa Bagels, just feet away from Penn Station. Their manager, Patrick, already bracing himself.
Our shop stays open a little bit later to really cater for people going into Penn Station, whether it's Long Island Railroad or Amtrak or any other kind of transportation.
Now, the effects of this strike set to impact service, of course. 300,000 riders now out of a ride, but what about local eateries around that serve those very riders? Patrick says they'll be missing out on
rush hour in the morning, and then it's our rush hour in the evening. We don't close at like 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock like some other ones do.
his hope that both sides can be like their bagels, reconvene soon in the same circle.
People work hard, they should get their fair wage.
Amanda Alexander, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM and Pop-Up Bagels.
And as for the overall economic impact of a Long Island Railroad strike, New York State Controller Tom DiNapoli has been crunching numbers.
There are a lot of variables here, sometimes hard to quantify, but I think our estimate of the $61 million per day lost economic activity if a strike happens is probably a conservative estimate.
Governor Hochul weighing in on the strike, saying the disruption that Long Islanders face as of now is the direct result of reckless actions by the Trump administration to cut mediation short and push negotiations toward a strike. She adds for weeks the MTA has attempted to negotiate in good faith.
Stop. Are you fucking serious? Is this governor's a fucking dingbat? What the fuck Trump got to do with it? That ain't got nothing to do with it. I mean, seriously. I work with the MTA. Let me tell you something. I'm going to go on the soapbox here. I work with the MTA. Okay? I was Kawasaki guy. I work with the MTA. Okay? And I'm going to say, I don't care if people get offended by it. Motherfucking lazy ass people. They could make plenty fucking bank. I know a lot of MTA make 100,000 fucking a year. They're making bank. They're already making bank. Okay? They don't gotta do shit. You know how easy it is to ride a fucking train? I rode a fucking train. I fucking serviced that fucking train. Okay? It's not fucking rocket science. It's not even driving a car. Driving a car takes skill. Right? Riding a fucking train doesn't take skill. Everything's automated. Pretty much. So give me a fucking break. Hey, Governor, shut the fuck up. Shut up. The fuck you talking about? Got nothing to do with Trump. The fuck out of here. Alexa, play 1010 wins.
1010 wins from Danny's Odyssey.
Mac Rosenberg, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM.
What a fucking
dumbass. Chinese President Xi Jinping, President Trump said he had not made a decision about
fuck out of here.
The president says he and China's President Xi had wide-ranging discussions.
We talked about Taiwan, we talked about Iran a lot.
Speaking to reporters on Air Force One flying back to the U.S.,
fucking buck too fast.
Use note on Taiwan.
Bitch.
Does not want to see a fight for independence because
fucking like a fucking beaver. The beaver from Buffalo.
Said his Chinese counterpart.
The fuck out of here.
They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he wants them to open up the store.
Adding he doesn't need Xi to pressure Iran, saying he's not asking for favors.
And that was correspondent Linda Kenyon. Right now, we're at 57 degrees. We're going up to 78 much later today. Traffic, the full forecast, and an
you're paying fucking burger flip is $20 an hour. Of course, the MTA is going to act up.
This is the edit, a collection of hand-picked luxury hotels and a $500 edit.
Alexa, stop. I was a Kawasaki technician. You know what was my salary? Working on the latest subway cars as a technician, alongside with the MTA. I was making like $24 an hour. That was it. I was making $24 an hour. That's not a lot of money for a technician. Working on $1 million equipment, $24 an hour. That's what I was getting. That's it. Later on, when I got my last offer, they bumped it up to 28. Ooh, I'm gonna make $28 an hour. You know, you got motherfuckers flipping burgers in Manhattan that are almost making $20 an hour now because of this fucking governor, fucking Bugtooth, Governor fucking Beaver. She wants to raise the minimum. She wants to raise the minimum to $30 an hour. $30 an hour. What the fuck is she? She doesn't know nothing about running a business. I understand people need a fair wage, but you know what? You can't make you cannot make a career out of McDonald's. I'm sorry. When people work at McDonald's, it's supposed to be a temporary job. I remember when I was in high school and I worked at a local supermarket, that was not going to be my fucking career. I knew that shit, bro. It was just to make some money, to buy some clothes. And back then, to buy, to pay for my beeper. Remember that? I had a pager. I had to pay for a monthly fee on the pager. So you worked enough just to make a little clothes, buy some sneakers, looking all good, for the ladies. You know what I'm saying? And buy a beeper, maybe get a nice watch. Maybe, you work a few more extra hours, you get a nice little chain, That's what we used to do in high school. It wasn't a fucking career. Okay? When you go into McDonald's as a career, you fucked. You fucked up your choices in life. Okay? If you work at a fast food and you making that shit your career, it's because you fucked up. You made some stupid ass decisions and you down to that. That's what happened to you. I'm sorry. I'm going to break it down to you. Okay? You don't deserve $30 an hour. I'm sorry. For what? Automating a fucking burger cook? Get the fuck out of here. Alexa, play 10-10 wins.
10-10 wins from Danny's Odyssey.
Get the fuck out of here.
The Long Island Railroad strike is underway. Workers who run the trains, 300,000 commuters who rely on daily, are now on strike. The unions representing the train workers making the announcement just after the midnight deadline when no contract could be reached with the MTA. Wages and
That's your
healthcare,
choice.
the main sticking points. Negotiations have broken off. Do keep it here at 10-10 wins for the latest developments. Wins news time,
fucking $30
$4:11.
an hour for a barista. A barista. You know what barista is? Coffee pourer. Coffee maker. That's what it is.
36S. That's for South Oyster Bay Road. That ramp.
I got a fucking curving over that makes coffee for me. I just put a pot in. I got coffee. The fuck out of here.
There without any closures. LIE itself is moving well as are both directions of the Southern State Parkway, which is good because the LIERR not an option for us, and we will keep you posted.
I'm gonna have a hot chip.
Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels up and
Here we
up
go,
on the
hot
George
chip.
Washington Bridge. A no-go in either direction. Construction work on the New York side, closing 2 lanes each way. Take the lower level instead. The Lincoln Tunnel outbound on the New York side is fine, but once you get to New Jersey, you'll run into some brake lights with road work in Weehawken. So take the Holland instead. It's going to be better really in either direction. Now in Brooklyn, the westbound BQE, the earlier closure, and really a big delay from Tillery Street into the Brooklyn Bridge.
This thing is still hot. This thing is still hot. God damn.
Right now, but outbound on the Guam, there's all the traffic from the Prospect Expressway to 39th Street. 2 lanes closed with construction work. Inbound pretty heavy just past the Belt Merge up to 38th Street again. With more construction work. Liam Flynn, 10-10 wins on 92.3 FM.
Now let's get a check of the AccuWeather forecast. Here's meteorologist Luke Thornton.
The sky continues to clear out early this morning on the way to a low of 55 in the city and one more round of 40s for some of the suburbs. That's it for 40s for a while. We have a warmer stretch coming up finally with the rest of today looking quite nice. Expect good deal of sunshine.
What the fuck she's talking about.
Afternoon breeze and a high of 78 with more clouds around for Saturday night. Won't be nearly as cool with the risk for a thunder shower most likely to the north and west of the city and a low of just 67.
People say, oh, New York, you make a lot of money. Yeah, but
Sunday, more humidity in the air as well.
You make a lot of money, per hour a week, but everything's so fucking expensive in New York.
Plenty of sun around with a high of 80 in the city.
If you make the same amount of money in New York
AccuWeather meteorologist LaTroy
and live in Kentucky, you be living like a fucking king almost.
On 92.3 FM.
The saga of Mayor Mamdani and Ken Griffin.
Well, almost like,
Mayor Mamdani would like to meet with Ken Griffin. A member of his team has reached out.
Hear honest reflection, critique, and not put any precondition on the nature of
Alexa, stop. I don't want to hear this fucking guy, fucking idiot. Like, I remember 30 years ago, you would go to a sporting event. It wasn't an investment. Even to a concert. I remember 30 years ago, I was invited to a Metallica concert. I think the tickets were like $20, $25. Metallica in its prime. When Metallica was in their prime. I'm not talking about Metallica now. I'm talking about 1994, 95. All right? I'm talking about Metallica. And I didn't go. I said, nah, I worked too hard. I was working at a construction job at the time. And I was beat. And I said, nah, I can't go. I'm too tired, bro. I just can't go. So somebody went in my place. Some other kid. They said, oh, you know, I'll take this kid. Some other guy went to the Metallica concert. That's how cheap the tickets were. Try buying a ticket now. Any ticket. Forget, you know, Taylor Swift ticket. Try to buy a Taylor Swift ticket in like nosebleed section, like an acre away from where she's standing to perform. Literally like an acre. A mile. You're still gonna pay top dollar. Shit has changed. A lot of shit changed now. I remember going to a Yankee game. You know, you got a good seat for like $6. General admission was like $6. The bleachers, $3.50. You out there in the bleacher seats, $3.50. Try to buy that seat now at Yankee Stadium. And by the way, the hot dogs, now it's like a hot dog and a soda. Oh my God. That's like $30. Yo, literally, you're going to spend a few $100s just to go to the stadium now. It's not worth it no more. I haven't been to a Yankee game in 20 years. It's approaching 20 years. I remember the last time I went to a Yankee game, that's the year they won the World Series, 2009. And that's when I went. And by the way, those tickets, when I got those tickets, they were free tickets. They were corporate seats all the way up in the upper deck. All the way up in the upper deck. You could barely see the players. They were like little ants running around the diamond. That's it. They were all the way in the upper deck. And they were free tickets. Yo, it's crazy now. It's crazy. You say, oh, you know, you make a lot of money in New York. No, you make money. You pay a lot of taxes. You pay a lot of everything. Right now, the beer that I'm drinking now, they raised that shit 2 times in the last 6 years. I went to this bodega right here. He told me the other day, when I first moved here, I'm being transparent here. This 24-ounce can, when I moved here, it was $2.50. Right? When I moved here, it was $2.50. This is like 8 years ago. And then one day they said, oh, we're going to go up to $2.75. I said, okay, whatever, $2.75, okay. Then they said $3.50. I said, fuck no, I'm not paying you $3.50 for that shit. Fuck you. I'm going to quit. They looked at me like I was crazy. So they said, okay. We don't want to lose you as a customer. We'll give it to you for $3. I said, okay, $3. I put up with the shit for a few years, $3. Then the other day he springs it on me. He said, I'm gonna have to charge you $4 a can. I said, I'm not paying $4 a can. I got a store already up here that he's charging me $3.25. And I'm already paying too much for that. Okay, but for you, I'll give you $3.50. I say, yeah, okay. I have not went back to that store in over, right now it's almost 2 weeks now. I haven't been to that store now. The minute I step in that store, he's going to tell me, okay, we fucked up. How about $3.25? No, I'm done. I don't care, bro. You know how you fight high prices? Don't buy the shit. That's it. Because they want to price it. You know, I understand everything costs more. Whatever the whole fuel thing, whatever. Bullshit. A lot of stores, they raise the price and never drop it down. They'll never drop down the price. I used to buy breakfast down the block. As a matter of fact, before I moved here from the Bronx, I used to buy breakfast for $3.50. $3.50. This is like 15 years ago. My breakfast was $3.50. It was 2 eggs, some home fries, and some bacon. And you got a little coffee. You got a little coffee on the side. And a slice of toast. All for $3.50. Try to buy that shit now. You can't. You can't. Here in Yonkers, a breakfast, yeah, you get 1 egg. You don't get 2 eggs. You get 1 egg. You get 1 egg. You get home fries. You get like 3 strips of bacon. If you're lucky, they might throw in a small 4th piece. No coffee. No more coffee on the side. And you still get toast. $10. Now it's $10. It tripled in the last, 12 years, 15 years. It tripled. Now it's $10 a breakfast. I don't buy no more. That's it. I stopped buying. I stopped eating. I barely eat out anymore. That's how I fight it. You know what I'm saying? You know what? If you're gonna go crazy on me with the price, you know what? I'm not buying. That's it. I'm not gonna buy it. I won't eat it. That's it. That's how I deal with it. I don't eat it. That's it. Go to McDonald's now. Just go to McDonald's and just buy a regular meal. Remember how it used to be like, $5 meal, $6? No. Everything is $20 now. You buy a McDonald's meal, any meal is like $20 already. By yourself. If you buy for 2, it's already $40, $50. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. It's crazy now. We ate out last night because, it was my wife's birthday. And, and then my son invited my brother. So it was 4 of us. 4 of us at Applebee's. That shit was $200. Easily over $200 right there. Boom. Dinner for 4. Applebee's. And I didn't order anything extravagant. It wasn't like, oh, yeah, I want the top sirloin steak. No, it wasn't like that. Yo, everything's crazy now. Everything's super duper expensive. You know how you fight that shit? Don't buy this shit. That's it. That's why I'm growing all that shit back there. I'm scorched earthing the other side of my yard. You know what? I'm gonna put a lot of vegetables back there. I'm done with that, bro. This shit right here, same thing. This shit right here, same thing. This shit right, only one store now. I'm down to one store that sells this shit. And $3.25. That's it. That's the lowest I'm gonna go. The minute they start acting, oh, you're gonna pay $4.50. I'm gonna say, fuck you. I'm not buying no more. That's it. That's how you deal with that. You don't buy it. That's it. And so you want to raise prices? You can raise prices. Doesn't mean I'm gonna buy it. Right? That's what I did. That's what I did with the other store. There was one store all the way down the block. I used to buy from him. And one day he came out the blue. No, we're gonna charge you $4.50 a can. I said, I had it at the counter. I said, get the fuck out of here. I left the fucking cans on the counter. I walked out the store. I've never been back to that store. I haven't been to that store for 5 years already. Last time I went in that store was like 5 years ago. Then now this store is acting up. So I said, nah, I'm done with you, bro. That's how you deal with it, bro. That's how you deal with it. You don't pay for it. That's it. Don't pay for it. Don't pay for it. Because you know what? I believe in loyalty. At the end of the day, I'm a loyal customer. I'm sorry. You're gonna just raise prices because I don't care about your situation. You know what? Whatever. I don't care. I gotta look out for myself in terms of as a consumer. I'm sorry if you can't recognize that I come in here every day or every other day, and you can't recognize me as a loyal customer. Then guess what? I'm not gonna buy from you no more. I value loyalty. It's not about the 25 cents extra or the 50 cents extra for each can or whatever. It's not about this. It's about loyalty. And that's what happened with this guy. He went from like $3 to $4 in one day. He said, no, I'm going to have to charge you $4. I said, what? I said, I'm not paying you $4 for a can. You're going to mark me up? Why? How much? What's that for? What is the percentage of $3 to $4? What is that? What is that, like 33% increase? That's ridiculous. I said, no, I'm sorry. You can't just... If you would have told me, you know, you're paying $3, I'm going to have to charge you $3.25. I would have said, okay. If I'm paying $3 a can and you say $3.25, I say, okay, well, I understand. That's $3.25, okay. But don't go from $3 to $4. Now you're insulting me. You see what I'm saying? Get the hell out of here. I say, yo, I'm done with you. Now, it's been a week. I know he's waiting for me over there. I know the minute I walk over there, he's probably going to say, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Well, you haven't been here in a week. I said, nah, I found somebody else. That's it. That's how I deal with it. That's how you deal with it. You find another place. And if you can't find another place, then you don't buy it. That's it. There you go. Alexa, play 10-10 wins.
10-10 wins from Danny's Odyssey.
Explore Europe the striped way with Condor Airlines. Fly non-stop to Frankfurt and connect seamlessly across Europe. From Venice to Barcelona to Budapest, your vacation begins the moment you step on board. With spacious cabins and relaxing service, Condor is celebrating 70 years of passion in the skies. Visit condor.com to learn more.
And the wheel of a Mercedes lost control and wound up taken into custody. Police sources say the man appeared to be intoxicated when spoke to witnesses.
I saw two guys laying on the ground. Two people laying on the ground was very disturbing.
It's the only area that's not totally gentrified where people can hang out and it feels like the neighborhood.
I just feel sad.
Two men ages 35 and 46 were pronounced dead. The other three men who were injured are in critical condition. Police are looking for three suspects in the reported robbery of a 10-year-old boy. Police say it was part of a crime spree in Brooklyn and the Bronx. A total of 6 robberies were committed between March 9th and May 4th, mainly in Mott Haven in the Bronx. The 10-year-old was ordered to hand over his coat at knife point. In 4 other cases, the victims were approached and necklaces or chains were forcibly snatched. Right now, we have 56 degrees and clear skies. It's time now for Bloomberg Money Watch.
Ford Motors shaking up its failed EV strategy, which has already lost billions of dollars by spending billions more on what could be the holy grail of EVs.
The hot sauce chip, oh my God, you get that? You rub your eye with that, forget it.
On something they call the Universal Electric Vehicle Platform. And the first one will be a pickup truck, a medium-sized pickup truck that will show up next year with a starting price of $30,000.
I'm getting my watch hour quarter in today.
Hopes are running high that a lightweight, roomy, high-tech, and affordable EV truck will attract U.S. buyers and fend off interest in ultra-low-priced EVs made in China.
4 hours and 22 minutes. Booyah!
It's just a matter of time before the Chinese arrive, and Ford is trying to come up with a vehicle here that will compete with the Chinese.
Let it roll.
And at just $30,000, half the average price of
let
the
it roll
EV
till
right
battery
now,
dies
the upcoming
out.
Ford pickup might change a lot of minds. I'm Tom Busby. Bloomberg
my
Money
phone
Watch
battery
on
dies
1010
out.
wins at 92.3 FM.
Helix Wireless, an official IoT partner of the New York Jets, transforms how people and businesses connect through smart SIM technology. Like a great quarterback, Helix connects everything, everywhere, delivering the IoT wireless connections that businesses need to succeed. Relied on by the world's top companies, Helix provides connectivity solutions for businesses of all sizes. Whether you're a startup, small business, or major enterprise, Helix has the IoT solutions for you. To learn more, visit helixwireless.co. Helix Wireless, a proud partner of WFAN.
Alexa, volume down.
Or a second home? Welcome to the Boardwalk. New oceanfront condominiums on Long Beach's iconic boardwalk with the surf as your backyard. Enjoy the Boardwalk's lock-and-leave resort-style living with private and valet parking, an oceanside pool, fitness studio, indoor and outdoor lounges, and more. Each home features a private balcony with views of the Atlantic Ocean. Luxurious 1 to 4 bedroom oceanfront
Anyway, like and share
residences
the
begin
video.
at $75,000. Visit the
I have other
Boardwalk
channels too you can check out. Danny product review.
2026 Mazda CX-5 is designed to
The Danny Show. I just posted a whole bunch of other videos in there.
for greater comfort, more cargo space, a lower lift-in height, and a
I did some videos in there that I use the Reimagine feature on YouTube.
Balancing style, advanced technology, and craftsmanship in a family-friendly SUV that delivers.
Also, join my Discord.
The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5, the smart choice.
I always post content on Discord first before I post it.
Bringing a data center
public.
online takes more than equipment. It takes precision. Graybar helps customers predict, stage, schedule, deliver, and verify every step of the build with critical products that are available now. From networking and wireless.
I know I haven't been coming on live lately, but I've been, like I said, I've been busy with. I'm getting ready. I'm busy right now because the weather is hasn't been the best weather. So I'm planting down a lot of stuff in the yard. Another week or so, I'll be done with all the gardening stuff, and then I can enjoy the summer. And then, of course, we have the 30-day live stream coming up in June.
At golf, we'd like to say
I will do 30-day live stream in June for the World Cup.
We've been fueling the open road, and
I'm thinking about doing 30 days in a row. Just come on every day for 30 days in a row.
to the Golf Pay app.
Live streaming, or I may do a continuous 30-day live stream. I don't know yet. Let me see how I feel. I'm probably leaning toward just coming on every day and let it roll for, at least near 12 hours. I'm gonna try to do every live stream for and it's 39 days in a row. It has to be. So the World Cup is 39 days.
Stay for the wow.
So I'm gonna come on and try to do at least a 6-hour live stream every day for 39 days straight.
At visitnj.org.
But most likely, some of them are gonna be a lot longer than 6 hours. Some of them are gonna be 12-hour. Well, not 12 hours. I can't do 12 hours because I gotta lose the video on demand. It has to be 11 hours and 50 minutes. So some of them are going to be like,
Railroad strike is underway. The workers
11 hours plus.
300,000 daily commuters rely on.
So that's going to be a lot of streaming going on.
Announcing the strike just after the midnight deadline.
So stay tuned for that.
One could not be reached. Wages and health.
Of course, right now I'm over 900,000 total views. Thanks to you guys. The last video really put me over the 900,000 mark.
6 Long Island Railroad.
I'm at 902,000 total views right now.
Where they can take subways.
So I'm 88.
Keep it locked here at 1010 wins for the very
98,000 away from the million mark.
Wins News Time 4:31. Let's get you where you need.
So I'm hoping by, let me see, estimate wise, I'm hoping by right before the anniversary of this channel, or around my birthday in September, we'll have the 1 million total view mark. That'll be a big milestone for this channel. 1 million total views.
Work zone, you might need to slow down a little bit.
Right now, subscriber wise, I'm at 6,280. Last time I checked, I think it was 6280. 84 or 86, something like that. So again, a bunch of subscribers over the last month. And I'm pretty excited about that. So my goal for that is going to be hopefully we'll get 7,000 subscribers by the new year. So hopefully even sooner, but I'm going to say by the new year we should be knocking at 7,000 subscribers. And of course 1 million total views. That'll be a nice way to round up the year.
And now let's get a check of the AccuWeather forecast for the day. Here's
meteorologist look for the sky to end up clear early this
exciting things are happening in the channel.
In the city, although some of the suburbs.
We got the World Cup live stream.
One more time ahead of a warmer stretch.
And then after that,
nice start to the weekend with lots of sun
we'll see.
Today.
I'm definitely gonna do more longer.
78. with more clouds.
Marathon live streams, especially for the holidays. I'm thinking about doing I'm also thinking about doing the 12 days of Christmas.
The low only drops to 67.
Of course, in the wintertime, you know, for holidays,
we'll have a bit more humidity with more sun.
And each live stream is going to be 12 days in a row for 10 plus hours. I don't know, something like that.
Look for sunshine for much of the day and a high of 80 in Midtown. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist LaTroy Thornton on New York's weather station 1010 Winds.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how what happens.
More people are now being monitored for hantavirus after that initial outbreak on board a cruise ship.
At least 41 Americans in a dozen states being monitored for hantavirus, including 16 people who the CDC says were not on the cruise where the outbreak began, but may have been exposed during travel on flights. In Kansas, 3 of those.
And of course, I got contacted the other day. I made a video. I talked about this on my live stream. I think it was a couple of live streams ago about a particular company that always
the curtain is set to rise again.
kind of ignored me for a while, but they finally reached out to me.
Hello, my name is Elder Young.
They've been ignoring me for a while. I sent requests to them, and they finally. I guess they saw that live stream that I ripped them.
2 weeks after a fire
That I did rip them.
Electrical room and caused significant.
And they finally reached out to me and they said, "Oh, we want you to collaborate with us,
describe the flames as
and we're going to send you this particular model, and there's another model you want if you want to pick another model." I have not replied to the email. I don't know if I really want them at this point.
2011. The original stars, Josh Gad and
I think what happened was this last video got their attention.
Next month to celebrate the show's 50th
This last video that I made, Alexa, stop. This last video that I got 5.5 thousand views, unboxing the TF6686, Deep Elect DP66, excuse me. I think that got their attention. That, you know what, I can get views. I can get views, you know. If I really knock out a banger video, I get views. You know. So this last video that I did, you know, with the Deep Elect DP66, 5.5 thousand views so far in 8 days. That's not bad. That video is destined to be one of my. In a year from now, that video is probably going to hit 30,000. Easily. If not more. At the rate it's going right now, it's probably going to be definitely 20,000 or 10,000, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, it's a banger. So, I think they saw that and they said, oh, okay, you know, now we want to contact you. And the radio they want to send me, I'm not crazy about the radio. It's not, you know. So that's why I didn't reply to it. Because I'm gonna probably say, you know what? You want to send me a radio? Send me this radio. The RF919. They do make that radio too, by the way. But I don't even know if I want that radio now. Because that radio is a piece of junk too. That's the radio that they sent to another YouTuber that has less than 1,000 subscribers. The Ratty actually sent them that radio. Ratty. What they call the CF919. They sent it to another YouTuber that only had 800 subscribers. At that time, I was already at 4,000. And I wrote to them. They ignore me completely. So you see now that all of a sudden I'm getting traction now. You know, now that I'm at 6,200 and climbing, because believe me, bro, when I tell you this is gonna get better, I will hit 10,000. It'll probably be 2 years from now, but I will be at 10,000 subscribers. Mark my fucking words. As I tell you right now, I will be at 10,000 in about a year or two. Okay? And then the sky's the fucking limit after that. Because you know what? I play to fucking win. Okay? So all you companies out there that look the other way and they didn't want to, you know, whatever. You know what? I'm taking notice of you guys. I got every one of you companies that didn't reply to my email and ignore me. Now, you know what? I gotta say it. I'm climbing, bro. I'm climbing. So you know what? That's fine, bro. And that company that reached out to me yesterday, they know they fucked up. They know they fucked up. Now they want me to review a boombox, some bullshit little boombox with a fucking CD player on it. I don't even want to do it. I'll be honest with you, I don't give a fuck about them. I'm at that point. Well, you know what? I don't want to review a shitty radio. You know what? Because when I reached out to you for the RF 919 or whatever, you didn't even fucking reply to my emails. Now you want me to review your shitty fucking boombox? You see what I'm saying? So what comes around goes around, motherfucker. That's what happened. So now I don't even want to deal with this company right now. So I haven't even replied to them. Honestly, I don't think I want to. I don't think I want to. I'm at that point. Well, I don't even think I want to anyway. Because I don't need them. I don't need them. I don't need them for content. What, a fucking boombox with a CD player? I don't need them for content. I could do other shit. And, you know, make better content than a fucking, you know, whatever. You know, boombox. Sorry. Anyway, I'm out. My battery's down to 15%. I got the warning right now. So I'm out of here. I've been out for 4 hours and 35 minutes. So thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.